And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Country in the Park is back this weekend at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park this weekend, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Carl's Jr., RVs of Sacramento, and Atkins Family Vineyards. More info at CITVFest.com.
Contractors, remodelers, you now have a great supplier to assist you with your next project. Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento. They are Northern California's best kitchen and bathroom remodeling supply store. Anova has the latest cabinet styles, a great selection of countertops, flooring, bathroom fixtures, and more. Visit their website, InovaCabinetStone.com. Take advantage of their grand opening special, a $750 in-store credit. Stop by today, Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
Yeah, first things first, we have Alan Stiles back from Mexico. Come on. I'm glad to be back. Jay is not here. Jay is celebrating his birthday today, and I think he's going to go see some Major League Baseball in the Bay Area today.
Two top brands going back and forth. Hey, Jay, if you're listening on the way there, man, bring the Giants some good luck. I know it.
They could use it. I don't think, if he does bring him any luck, it'll be totally by accident.
There's nothing better than a hate watch, though, because I feel like anytime I'm watching the Niners or a team that I don't necessarily want to win. I love when the Niners win, don't get me wrong. But just depending on the day and who they're playing, that team always tends to win. So I think Jay is going to bring this opposite energy, and he's going to propel the Giants to snap that 6-game losing streak, and then we're going to say, hey, thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think this series may set up nicely for him, but we'll see. It's interesting. I've been hearing a lot today on the station, things like the Giants, they're unwatchable. Yeah. They're out of it. The thing is, that's what's frustrating. I think, Alan, you tell me you do the Giants podcast. You watch them, it's like, they shouldn't be this bad.
No, they definitely shouldn't. And it's funny because there's a topsy-turvy world where I'm seeing a lot of parallels between the Giants and the Kings. Early on, or when the season started for the Kings, the conversation was, hey, we don't expect the Kings to win a championship, but I don't think they're this bad on paper. And that's how it started out. There's your first parallel, Whitey. There was some big money that maybe wasn't spent the correct way. There's your second parallel, Whitey. The third one, and we just talked about it in the pre-show, is you have a coach, and obviously in baseball it's a manager. You have two coaches that basically have been put into situations that don't make the most sense, right? I think Doug Christie, and we've said this before, I think he would have done a heck of a job if he had a full team of young guys. And towards the end of the season, that's essentially what it became. And what happened? They looked pretty darn good. Tony Vitello's coming out from the college ranks, but you have him managing Matt Chapman, who's in his 30s, Willie Adames, who's in his 30s, Rafi Devers, who's in his 30s.
Right.
You think they're going to get hyped up off of a Tony Vitello speech? No, and I know it's a little bit different because, guys aren't getting into the league at 18, 19 years old, but, hiring Tony Vitello, I was all for it because I liked him a lot at Tennessee. Hiring Tony Vitello for this team in particular, I don't know if it ever made a ton of sense.
Bryce Eldridge scheduled to return. He's already made his debut. He's already played Major League Baseball, but he rejoins the Giants. Tony Vitello could be in for some criticism if this doesn't go well at the start because I think it's a bullpen game. McDonald's pitches because of the way he chose to handle the doubleheader last week, leaving them basically without a rested starter for tonight. That could still work out, but it's the type of thing if it doesn't, people go, this guy.
But Whitey, that's just along the fringes here.
I don't disagree with that.
They're just guys that are
people right now are watching this team looking for what's wrong.
You need to get Casey Schmidt out there in shortstop. Tell Willie Adames and his $100 million to just sit on the bench and get ready to pour some Gatorade. That's what you like to do, Willie.
Casey Schmidt at short and Arise at second.
Willie.
Ground ball, that's at least a double.
Luis Arise has been one of the best second basemen this season.
I know.
And if it's not Willie, not Chapman, then you sit down and pour some Gatorade. Since y'all love throwing Gatorade around anyway, why don't you let guys who actually produce play some dang baseball? And don't sleep, Whitey, on Jesus Rodriguez. He's really making his first appearance. He came over from the Yankees, I believe, in that Camilo Doval trade. This guy can play all around the field. He is a hitter. He is a knock hitter.
I know he's off to a great start with Sacramento. I saw something that listed him as the Giants' 13th ranked prospect. And I thought, this guy's the 13th ranked prospect in baseball? And I checked the top 100. I was like, no, he's the Giants' 13th.
Yeah, what's the problem? What's the problem?
That means there's 12 other guys that the Giants think are better than him.
Yeah, one of them's Bryce.
Or at least somebody does. Maybe the Giants didn't make those ratings.
It is time to turn this thing around. If you want to hire a college coach, then let him do college things. If I'm Buster Posey, who he might be canned, by the way, he's on more of the hot seat to me than Tony Vitello.
Yeah.
But if I'm Buster Posey, I talk to, Greg Johnson, whoever, I say, hey, this is what we're going to do. We got to win some games. I would go to Tony Vitello, and I would say this, Tony, you got to win some baseball games, okay? We're going to bring you up some reinforcements in Bryce and Jesus. I don't want you to think about logistics and salaries, anything like that. You pick the 9 best players, the 8 position players, and you go with that. We'll handle the rest.
Any fallout, that's on us, Tone.
You just
go get him, Skip.
Do that. In college, Whitey, if I'm in center, I'm in left field. If you have a couple bad series, you start seeing your boy Bobby hitting it nice and bad in practice.
Yeah.
Pinch hit. He gets a knock off a lefty. Whitey, palms get a little bit sweaty.
So really, this is about you feeling like, hey, some of these players on the Giants are getting more of a chance than I got at Temple, and I'm not here for it.
No.
It all comes back once again to your career.
It does not come back to my career. I'm using it as an example because college baseball, that's how it goes. Tony's from college. He can't just sit there and let these guys stink up the joint because they're getting paid millions of dollars. That's it.
Yeah.
Even in the NBA, we see guys with big salaries.
Right, but he's trying to win, of course. And there's that desperation of, I could sit these guys down and find somebody who's really plucky, but if we lose a few more games because of that, we're sunk. The best bet is still hoping that your better players start playing better.
Well,
I think.
At some point, but Whitey, at some point, you got to let them know, hey,
Shake it up, right?
It's not
Shake it up.
We're
Little
not
cars.
we're just not just going to let you sit here and stink it up.
Yeah.
Call it an off day, whatever. Call it an off week. I don't care. But they're just way too comfortable stinking.
Yeah.
They stink, and fans are getting sick of it.
By the way, one more thing before we get into the NBA playoffs. I want to thank Chris Watkins and Brendan for filling in for us on Friday. But apparently, Brendan brought in some what is it, nerd clusters?
I don't know
and
what.
left them here. That's not how we operate on the afternoon show.
We talk about
eat what you want, but you can't leave it here.
We talk about in Crosstalk. We talked about watching a kids show.
Yeah.
As an adult, whatever it is. I'll still fire up a SpongeBob if it's on from time to time.
Oh, barnacles.
But I'm saying, but Brendan, if you're gonna leave some food, what type of teenager? What clusters? Nerd clusters?
Nerd clusters.
Brendan? I don't even. Who buys that, Brendan?
Hey, buy them, bring them home, though, when you're done. Buy them, enjoy them, and then take them home.
If you're going to leave something that somebody else would want.
Yes, because you're representing us. If you leave that here as the afternoon show, it reflects poorly on Alan and I.
That's right.
Does it not?
And maybe I'm missing somebody on the text line immediately is going to say, no, Alan, you're sleeping on nerd clusters. Well, you know what? The bag been open. I don't know if they get stale or not. But the last thing I'm doing, after the great food I just ate in Mexico, Whitey, I had quite the time.
Did you take the Tums? Did you need the Tums?
I did not need the Tums.
Good.
I went on a chilaquile tour. I had chilaquiles almost every single morning, pork belly, asada, tacos, all of it, Whitey. And I got to come back and sit down and see some dang nerd clusters.
Nerd clusters.
That has made my stomach hurt more than anything. Oh, Alan, your tummy might not be ready for what's going on in Mexico. No, my tummy's just fine. But I look at these nerd clusters. That's the problem.
What do you got, Ramsey?
Alan? Nerd clusters in my household are quite addicting to certain people.
What?
They're like crack. They love nerd clusters.
Nerd clusters,
They tell me to keep them away from them because they'll eat the whole
You
bag.
can have these.
Well, you got them right here, Ramsey.
Yeah, take them home.
So now I'm sleeping. Maybe I'm sleeping on the nerd clusters. I get down with nerds. I didn't know they started clustering together.
Uh-huh.
That's news to me, Brendan Nunez.
And that's more Brendan than Chris, isn't it?
Chris
it seems
doesn't
to me.
strike me as that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hold on. Even if it isn't, the midday show sold out Brendan.
Yeah,
that's true. They did not say Nunez and Watkins. They said, no, those are Brendan.
They didn't say those were left here. We don't know.
Yeah. Those were Brendan's. First, it's the mayonnaise with the hot dog.
They got
for Brendan.
Brendan. One of them, I think Kayla held him down. Matt got in the bus and backed it over.
Oh, yeah. He said, no. Brandon Nunez right there, them clusters.
Mm-hmm.
Because I picked them up. I'm in a good mood, Whitey. I didn't accuse them of leaving the candy. I picked it up and I just held it towards them.
Here's your candy.
Is this yours? Is this not? I did not say anything. And they said, Brendan's.
They said, hold on.
They said, holla at your boy. Holla at young Brendan. That's who it is.
NBA playoffs right now, Alan. I know you've been in Mexico and you've had other things going on. 2 for the show. What are 2 things that jump out to you? The 2 most interesting things about the NBA playoffs right now.
I think it's really interesting how things can change on a dime. And what I mean by that are the narratives.
11th North says nerd clusters and a nice cider.
Now that, nerd clusters and a nice cider, now we might be talking.
Uh-huh.
But I'll just go normal nerds here.
Brickhouse Industries nerd clusters are the MVP of candies.
Maybe I'm sleeping on it. I might have to try one if y'all keep talking it up like that. But I'll say this, Whitey, and we already know this, how narratives change so quickly. And there's 2 guys that I want to talk about as it pertains to narratives. One has been connected to Sacramento. That's R.J. Barrett. The other, a guy that maybe will go down as one of the most confusing careers in the history of the NBA, and that's Joel Embiid. 2 guys where you have R.J. Barrett, is the superstar window closed? Is he going to take a leap? Early on, I saw the midday show. This was not after this show, but I saw the midday show talking about, hey, I'd be really happy if the Kings got R.J. Barrett. I don't know how they felt prior to the playoffs, but I know a lot of people weren't thrilled about the R.J. Barrett thing. I haven't really changed my stance on it in particular, but I know a lot of people are looking at R.J. Barrett differently. Joel Embiid, another guy. Oh, man. I mean, he's fought with Philly fans. He's fought with a lot of people about just defending his career and kind of who he is. And you win some games. I know the Raptors didn't end up winning, but you win some games in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it changes like that.
Well, he's a great player who gets hurt all the time. To me, it's not as confusing. I know there's something of an enigmatic nature to it because, wow, he should have accomplished more. Well, he's been hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, any criticism of him ultimately is they haven't won as much as they're supposed to. And so if they start winning, then that starts to quiet down a little bit, but a long ways to go. To me, the two things that jump out are, one, Detroit's comeback, and I give them more credit than I do criticize Orlando, even though they collapsed. But they didn't have Franz Wagner. And then two, Boston's fold.
Yeah.
Because they did. They folded
They did.
up.
They did. No Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
But 3-1's a 3-1. And
Game 7 at home in Boston?
Yeah, can't happen. But, the other thing is, too, we talked so much about the East being better this season. And remember, on paper, it was, right? Their 10 seed had a better record than the West 10 seed. Then the playoffs start, and I think a lot of people just reverted back to, oh, yeah, the East is not it. The East is just not quite it at all right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that when on Inside the NBA they had their Gone Fishing for Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see who was on the boat right in front?
I did not.
Was Deanna Rossini and Mike Vrabel.
Really?
Yes. They had Bill Simmons on the boat, a lot of Boston notables.
Oh, my goodness.
And I think that's Inside the NBA kind of taking a shot at ESPN.
Yes.
Yeah. And Ernie Johnson just said, I'm not even going to comment on who else is on their boat.
I'm sure you loved that.
It was bold, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've gotten a lot of kind of grief, with the switch that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But a lot of people not happy with the new version of Inside the NBA. And I don't know, Whitey. I've always been on this. Sometimes you just got to know when it's time to fold them.
I thought that's what you're going to say. Know when to hold them, know when to fold
them.
them.
Know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Know when to walk away.
I just didn't think when it all came out that Inside the NBA was almost done. There are a lot of basketball fans that don't even like it because they feel like they're haters too much. I thought they should have just shut it down, to be honest with you. I mean, your legacy is your legacy. It was never going to be better than what
it's not the same, but I will say I think they've had some moments during the playoffs at halftime of that Knicks-Hawks game where the Knicks were ahead by 70 or whatever it was. Yeah. Shaq had a little stuffed Atlanta Hawk, and he was giving it CPR. That's pretty good.
That is good.
That
is good.
It's just the show doesn't have the same vibe because it used to be we're here for like an hour and a half, and we're just going to let it fly. And now it's like we're here for 20 minutes. We'll see what we can get done.
Yeah, and the reality is everybody talking about, oh, do they even watch the games and things like that? And sometimes they're almost too transparent. On shows. Well, let's peel back the curtain a little bit. They peel back the curtain almost too much where it's, hey, we didn't watch. Because why would I watch? I haven't watched the Orlando Magic all season. They'll just say that.
Yeah.
And some people think it's funny. I think some other. And here's the thing about complaining about it. And this is just content right now, Whitey. Complain if you want to complain. But if you're complaining about how they've changed, I think that's legit. If you're complaining because, and this is before the switch, they hate on the game, they don't watch, go watch Blake Griffin and the 4 people on the couch. I mean, there's options. You don't have to watch.
I don't watch them, and I've watched them for a long time. I don't watch them for what they say about basketball.
Right.
That's kind of like, that's what you have to get through before they start doing funny things.
Yeah.
That's what the show is really about.
Well, I think
seeing how Ernie is able to hold things together.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, I spent the weekend over, longer than the weekend in Guadalajara, and it was amazing. But
how's your Spanish? Improved dramatically?
Sí.
La familia, ¿está bien?
Sí.
No. You're right.
See?
Yeah.
But yeah, we had the switching of the pesos was always interesting.
Is that like the running of the Bulls?
No, I mean talking about the cash change.
Oh, okay, yeah,
but you could just use your card in a lot of places. So that worked out. But yeah, just the idea of liking something and liking something else and them having nothing to do with one another. To your point, I just had amazing Mexican food. If tomorrow I'm rushing around and I'm busy and I feel like eating Chipotle, that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate good Mexican food. I could still have a taste for Chipotle. If you want in-depth, mind-the-game type shows, then watch that, right? If you like NBA or Inside the NBA because it's entertaining, then watch that too. But don't go to Chipotle thinking you're getting authentic Mexican food. Don't watch Inside the NBA thinking you're going to get this in-depth analysis.
Nowadays, of course, players can go directly to fans through podcasts and things, but that doesn't mean they should. Jaylen Brown, I didn't think did himself any favors.
Oh, Mr. Stream?
Yeah.
Streamer of the year?
Didn't do himself any favors.
Yeah.
Look at these players. They're always calling these fouls on me.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite year. Well, you guys won a
Yeah.
championship a couple years ago. What are you really saying there?
I saw allegedly he may have taken the stream down, but then I also saw that it was still up in some place. I mean, it doesn't matter if he took it down or not. All the clips are running around. But, Whitey, I was walking around the hotel yesterday, getting ready to leave. As soon as I saw the tweet, okay. It just went 10,000 likes, 20,000. Everyone just started roasting immediately. I just don't understand why he thought that was a good idea. And these guys have lives.
Venting.
That's fine.
Frustrated.
Yeah.
I'll show them.
Is this one of those weird things? Are we going to have to rework or rehash the Jason conversation?
I don't know. Not to dodge that, but I think a big part of it is every time Boston has had in the last 5 to 8 years, every time they've had a really bad loss, one thing all those losses have in common is they shoot the three ball really poorly.
Yeah.
Because that team shoots a ton of threes, and every so often they have those games where they can't make them. I think they shot 33% in the series. Yeah. And so that's what happens, but then they don't have that adjustment they can make. And that's why I thought it was so shameful, maybe too strong a word, but maybe not. Because the series shifted when Joel Embiid starts playing, and Boston was like, okay, we're just going to keep doing what we were doing, and hopefully it works out.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
It's been like that for years with them, though.
Yeah.
That fateful night where the Kings beat the Celtics.
Yes,
and that
great
was,
example.
Yeah, and that was in Boston. They were just throwing up bricks.
Yeah.
Illegal screen.
I do wonder.
They couldn't throw a tater tot in Lake Tahoe.
They could not. How was Tahoe?
Good.
Okay.
Wasn't Mexico, but it was very nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't go to the lake?
We did. We had lunch there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah. We went with, Emerson Pilati.
Right.
Jess and the family. But we're at the James Taylor show we went to on Friday night. There's some, he has an older audience, as you may know. And there's this guy sitting next to my wife. And as soon as we sit down, he turns to her and says, do you even know who James Taylor is? Implying that she's, too young. Then I was like, dude, the dude's wife is right next to him. I was like, what are you? I'm right here. Are you hitting on my wife at a James Taylor show? What is that about, Alex?
What did you do?
I couldn't do anything because they had a nice conversation going on for a while.
Nice conversation? Oh, no. Whitey.
He was kind of an older gentleman, Alan, so
No,
that's
I
what
don't
I did.
care.
I
I don't care.
took stock of the situation. Thought, yeah.
I don't care about no silver fox.
That's terrible.
Oh, hell no. Whitey. Okay, so you let it go. But, deep down, you're thinking, yeah, you like that a little bit, right?
It was odd. It was
not
very
that you
strange.
like it, but hey, I appreciate you appreciating.
I wouldn't say that I liked it.
No, I'm not saying you liked it.
Yeah.
But, there's something when somebody doesn't know, right? Your lady gets up to get a drink or something and you catch some eyes or someone's making conversation. There's just a little smirk you get.
Maybe. This was more odd. I understand what you're saying.
I get a little smirk.
Yeah. But I was hoping, and I know I mentioned this earlier, and Kyle Ledbetter said, dude, great story. I was thinking of you being in Mexico, and James Taylor has a song, Mexico, but he didn't do it. And I thought, that would have been perfect. It would have been
You would have sent it
we'd have
to
been
me.
connected
That's
over the miles.
Yeah, you got to double check. Maybe that
great
was
story.
Maybe that was an earlier song. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Anyway,
maybe.
we had a good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad to
Good
hear
to be
it.
back, though.
Yes.
With you.
Definitely good to be back.
Yeah, and again, Jay is off today because it's his birthday.
That's right. And he's taking in some high level, and I can't wait to give Jay a hard time. You spend your birthday at Oracle Park watching the Giants after all the crap you give the Giants. I find that peculiar. It would have made more sense if he went to Petco Park to watch the Padres. But you're going to spend the day you were born.
Didn't have a lot of options.
The day you were born.
I think he's considering becoming a fan of Los Padres.
Is this a tryout?
I might be a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I know is he's in my ballpark.
And I don't have to tell you what Los Padres means because with your Spanish, you're fluent.
That's right, the fathers.
Yeah.
The fathers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I know very well now. I know a lot. Okay? There's been a lot of talking. Estrellada, that's how I like my huevos.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Hey. And then uno de cada. You know when I said that? One of each taco.
Oh, okay.
Because they had a taco truck late night at the wedding, which is always the move.
Okay, so what is that? Hakuna Matata?
No, uno de cada.
Oh, okay.
One
all
of
right.
each. I had 9 tacos at midnight. 9 tacos, Whitey.
Huh.
9.
Yeah.
9 tacos.
What kind of pollo or
Pollo, asada, carnitas.
pesca?
No pesca. No. We had pesca for dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
No carne de res?
Sí, carne de res. Sí.
Went to a magic show on Saturday night.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping. Was everything cool there, or did somebody try to?
That was pretty cool.
No one tried to talk to your wife at the.
I don't think so. I think they learned their lesson.
I don't think they did. Because you didn't stand on business, Whitey.
But the magic show is ended, Alan. Went to a magic show, but the magic show and the magic season, it's all over. And they fired their coach already.
Oh.
And they had that total collapse on Friday.
Yeah.
They went like an hour and 27 minutes without scoring a basket or whatever it was.
Do you think they were, and I'm not happy about this, but I have been talking, because, in Sacramento, everybody gets on the Kings for bad contracts. And I know it's technically, I believe it's descending, but I just didn't think people gave the Magic enough grief for that ridiculous Jalen Suggs contract. So the fact that I saw somebody post that he hadn't scored in the last 25 minutes he played or something like that. Not good. I'm not wishing him to play poorly, but nobody ever talked about how ridiculous that contract was. And now there's that. I think that as much as we're getting on Keegan, about the injury thing, and hey, we got to see what he can do. I think there's a Franz Wagner conversation about, is this brother going to be able to stay on the floor? So the Magic,
he was doing a good job on Cade before he got hurt. He was doing a really good job.
Every year it feels like.
Yeah, but then yesterday there was a stretch there where it seemed like at least half of Orlando's shots were getting blocked. Yeah. I don't know what the funnel number was, and I'm sure it wasn't as high as it seemed, but it just seemed like they couldn't even get a shot to the rim.
No.
Just Asar Thompson's coming over to double Paolo. Whap!
Yeah.
Jalen Durden. Whap!
Right.
Like, they couldn't even get a shot on goal.
Well, they're not even. I guess that just says more about the Pistons' defense, because it's not a small team at all. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I think Magic might deep down have been happy they lost, because they wanted to get Jamal Mosley up out of there.
Yep.
And they probably figure we ain't. I mean, I guess it is a fairly open Eastern Conference, but they probably just figure
the Knicks are in now, right?
Oh, I mean, they better be. They better be.
Look how they righted the ship. Remember a couple games ago, it was like, oh, well, Mike Brown's probably going to get fired here.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Adam Silver's thinking, please. Because who's he got left? The Cavs, the Pistons, obviously the Knicks.
I think it's great that the Lakers get like 14 days off between the end of their series and the start of the next one.
Oh, yeah. I guess Adam is thinking, obviously the Knicks, but if not the Knicks, it's got to be the Sixers in there. Anybody else, this is already turning into a nightmare for Adam. I'll tell you that much right now.
Because he's already got to acknowledge, all right, it's probably OKC or San Antonio.
Yes. Oh. OKC versus OKC versus Detroit would probably be. I think James Harden might be one of the biggest names still left in the Eastern Conference, which is a crazy statement. But he might rather the Cavs than the Pistons.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, but a bad problem for them if it comes to that.
You'll figure it out, Adam. Make another tournament.
Hey, would Domas fix the Toronto Raptors? We'll look at that when we come back. Alan's back. Jay's enjoying his birthday. Sactown Sports.
The California Classic is coming home. The Kings will host the Brooklyn Nets, Milwaukee Bucks, and Golden State Warriors at the G1Z for a preseason showcase. To bring some extra fireworks to 4th of July weekend, head to SactownSports.com for all the details.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton & Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Running a business takes grit, vision, and a partner who believes in your success as much as you do. At Valley Strong Credit Union, business banking is built around you. The entrepreneurs, the growers, the dreamers powering our community. Whether you need flexible checking, faster payments, or financing to take your next big step, Valley Strong brings local expertise and real relationships to every stage of your business. Because when local businesses thrive, the whole valley grows stronger. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your business, grow your future. ValleyStrong.com/business.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sacramento! Now you've got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
The spring service event is on at Maida Subaru. Now is the time to let Maida Subaru get your Subaru road ready for spring with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at MaidaSubaru.com.
Monster Truck Madness storms into the Stockton Dirt Track with the most affordable family fun on May 9th. Tickets started at $15. Admission includes a bid party. Meet the drivers, touch the trucks, feel the power. And don't miss $10 Monster Truck rides and put you in the action. Save money now at StocktonDirtTrack.com.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Oh, that is pretty good. Yeah.
I told you, I already had that, Whitey. I already had that in the bag. Speaking of, there was a crazy, like I said, we were in kind of the shopping area.
Yeah.
Crazy store called Back Nine. All of the golfing tools you could ever dream of. Didn't get anything. They had 2 simulators in there. A lot of my buddies, rolling some putts, getting the simulator going.
Was it near a golf course, I assume?
It wasn't, not in particular, but again, it was just part of the bigger mall area. But it was like an indoor-outdoor mall. There were casinos. It was great.
Yeah. It was great. Well, here's what I would say in Spanish to the Toronto Raptors. Que lástima, lo siento, ojalá que se mejore pronto, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Got to fix that front court in a hurry.
That's right. Look at you.
Told you.
As Domas, if you think, trying to look at it through the lens of the Raptors, you think they look around and go, ooh, Domas, we should revisit that. He could help us because he's a rebounder and he's a playmaker. And, well, we need rim protection at three-point shooting. That's maybe not things we're going to get from him, but he could help us.
Yeah, the one thing that I saw as well when it comes to their needs, they also feel like they need point guard play, which is interesting because Shed played pretty well, but specifically they brought up championship point guard or, all-star, and I saw them throw around names like Kyrie and guys like that. And again, Whitey, I know we've argued about this because he actually played 70 games this season, but that Emmanuel Quickley contract is also not a good one. And I get it. He played 70 games, but didn't play the games when they needed him to play.
Your guy, I always get this confused. Is that Matt George or George Matt? Which one is it?
I think it's the former.
Okay, Matt George.
Yes.
He's saying, look, if Scott Perry still wants the guy from the Raptors that he drafted, RJ Barrett, he may have to trade Keegan to get him. And Matt pulls an Alan Stiles and says, I wouldn't do it, and I understand what he's saying. He's saying, I wouldn't do it, but it might be what the Kings would have to do if they want RJ Barrett. And, RJ Barrett had a good game, and he had to hit that shot that hit the back rim, bounced up and went in. Oh, what a great shot. Now everyone wants him. I don't know, Alan. I could see the Kings at the very least and Raptors at the very least are going to touch base this offseason.
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of different conversations and kind of shuffling things. I don't know. To bring up the
even a logical Raptors fanatic says his contract is a lot. I think he's talking about your guy Quickly.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Now, what's interesting is I don't know. We've gone back and forth with the Zach LaVine thing.
Who drafted Quickly, by the way?
Same guy.
Yeah.
Same guy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know how much Zach LaVine would want to go to Toronto. I don't know anything that Zach LaVine wants or not, but that could be a conversation where maybe
he'd help with your shooting, your three-point shooting.
That's what I'm saying. Now, again, you'd have to have a conversation about, hey, man, well, we can't do the 49. Are you willing to do a different version of that? And he'd have to okay it. But I definitely think there are a ton of options, and this will probably be the team. Last summer, Whitey, it was the summer of Jonathan Kuminga. This summer, well, we'll see what happens in the draft, because I think that's also huge based on, I don't want to say how desperate, but how willing the Kings are to do business. If it's not a great hit, let's just go with the idea of 6 or 7 because they have the best odds for those two. If they hit 6 or 7, I think there will be a lot of conversations. And I saw another name that I'm sure you're not going to like hearing, because somebody said, we already have one DeMar DeRozan. Why would we trade for Brandon Ingram to get another? But that's a name that's going to pop up. Obviously, he had some injury issues too. I never understood the Raptors trading for Brandon Ingram and then extending him. I never got that move to begin with. But me personally, Whitey, I know there's a lot of different situations you could go with here with the Raptors. I'm not really a fan of any of them unless you're getting younger.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. I don't see any path through Toronto for the Kings that gets them closer to where they want to be. You can move around some of the parts, and we have some veterans we'd rather move off on, and you give us some of your veterans that you are ready to move off of. But that doesn't really help. It doesn't get the Kings any closer to where they need to be.
No.
Now, maybe if Scott Perry, I have no reason to think this is the case, but if he is, if he has an Ahabian obsession with RJ Barrett, maybe they get some done, but I don't think he does. I think he likes him, but if he wants to get, like you say, I'm with you. If they want to get younger, Toronto, I don't see how Toronto really helps you do that, especially given the amount of money that would have to be exchanged, which means you'd have to take some of their veterans.
Right, because I'm looking here, and I just don't think you can do the
What's the term, Alan? You're just moving around the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm looking here, and they got some random dudes on their team. You scroll to the bottom, they still got a Trace Jackson Davis on that squad. Chris Paul still pops up on
I forgot about him.
Chris Paul still pops up on Fanspo. Just kind of random moves. But to me, Whitey, like in my mind, and the money doesn't even the Raptors would still have to move something else. But in my mind, if you wanted to do Zach LaVine for some version of RJ Barrett, Grady Dick, I don't know if he's good or not, but he's 22. Give him a shot here. Those two dudes, and again, that's $32 million to the Kings. Still not enough for LaVine. So I don't know where you even. Again, that's the thing, that Pirtle is staring at you, but I'm not doing that. I'd rather just let Zach LaVine just finish.
Don't you think if you went back before the season started and you told some of these teams, Toronto comes to mind, Phoenix certainly, and I think there are a couple others. If you told them, look, this is how your season's going to end, but you're going to get in the playoffs, you'll be out, in the first round. Wouldn't some of those teams have gone, yes? But now that it's actually the reality, they're like, oh, man, this sucks.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Right. And I go back to, well, obviously the Suns definitely felt like it wasn't even competitive. But, yeah, I'm looking here, Whitey, and the other guy that you brought up, I know it's not a great contract. This guy's actually, Emmanuel Quickley is actually older than RJ Barrett, but if you did that same thing, let's say
They were the key pieces in the trade for OG Anunoby, right?
Anunoby.
Yeah.
Let's say you got AJ
I think
DeBansa.
Precious was in that trade too.
Right. Let's say you got AJ DeBansa or Caleb Wilson, right? So you didn't get a point guard. Would you then say, hey, Raptors, would you want to do something with Zach LaVine, Emmanuel Quickley? I don't know how high. Because here's the thing about RJ Barrett. I don't know how much this matters, Whitey, but the way he was talking at the end of the series, he said, everybody knows what we're building here. It felt like he was really bought in to Toronto. I don't know if that matters or not, but he was saying a lot of the right things. So if they feel like we want to build something with RJ, we like him. If you were to do some version of Zach LaVine for Quickley and Grady Dick, I'm not opposed. Quickly you get your point guard who is really good when he does
You're getting
play.
some potential upside in return.
And you're adding
getting
that
off a dead end deal with
DeBansa and Caleb Wilson. I'd say sure. There's still not enough money there to do it, but if you try to figure out, you're about $10 million away.
But if I'm Toronto, I'm like, wait, that's what I get out of this? I get Zach LaVine?
Well, Grady Dick is not worth anything. There was an obvious, but it's my first day back, and I get in trouble there. So Grady is not worth anything at this point in time. And Quickly, I don't know what he's worth on the open market. So you're getting something you need. Kings are getting some flyers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And maybe the Kings say, no, we'd rather just let Zach finish out his deal. So there's a lot of potential trades. I don't know how many get me up out of bed in the morning.
The other thing that I think probably precludes any big trade between the Kings and the Raptors is I think Domas is the big potential piece, and I just think ultimately Toronto has to look at that and go, he gives us some of what we need, but he's actually deficient in some of the other areas that we have need, so we don't want to just magnify our defensive issues inside.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean,
they'll talk, but I'm not optimistic some will get done.
Well, it's the same conversation that we heard before, right? There's a Anthony Davis conversation that might be had. There's some other bigs floating around that they might rather look at other than Domantas Sabonis. I think Domantas Sabonis is going to be in play. I don't know if he's even number one on their board, though. And the thing about Domas is, there's 3 years left on his deal versus the one for Zach LaVine. So in reality, I'd rather trade Domas than LaVine, because at least you're getting off that contract next season.
Some people are pointing out that Toronto overachieved. Brick Rips Sauce is that, and Kimberly says, Raptors played better than I expected. Yeah, but ultimately they really laid an egg in Game 7. That's the thing. It's like they had a shot there and said they just didn't show up.
Yeah. And now I'm doing the same deal, Whitey, Quickly and Grady Dick for Domas. And you're about $5 million away. So come on down, Trace Jackson Davis, somebody like that. I'd probably do it. I don't know what this pick conversation is going to be.
Don't you think, though, if Scott Perry's doing anything with Toronto, he's got to get his guy back?
You would think, but hey, well, what did he say? Everyone sees what we're building here. We're going to keep building it, RJ, without you.
We're building something better over here.
Yeah. And from
I bet you Scott Perry would part with Keegan in a heartbeat if it would get him.
I agree.
RJ. And I don't know that, and no one's told me that. It's just my observation.
Would you do it?
Probably not, but I think he would.
Is the conversation that we know more about RJ than we know about Keegan, even though they're the same age?
Yes.
And
I still feel like I got a lot invested. I got a lot of equity in Keegan. I don't want to give up on that yet.
No.
Maybe I'll be sorry, but I don't want to give up on that yet. Crunching some very interesting numbers on the first place athletics. We'll do that. Some surprising numbers when we come back to Sactown Sports.
As the offseason rolls on, the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk remain in a stalemate. Will San Francisco find a trade partner willing to take on his hefty contract? Or will John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan be forced to cut their losses and move on? Read the latest buzz from Santa Clara and around the league at SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older? And you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
A's fans, the 2026 season is here, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season, packed with theme days, giveaways, and fireworks nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Here's an official ESPN basketball question, Alan. Will Gobert be able to slow down Wemby? What do you got?
Well, they know each other. Right? And
my answer would be no freaking way. What do you got, Alan?
You would have said the same thing about Jokic, though.
Yeah. But I might have said no way, but I'm saying no freaking way.
I mean, the Wemby thing, he's going to get stopped by some type of minutes restriction or something. There's always something with him.
What are you going to do if De'Aaron Fox has a good series and every day on Crosstalk? Huh?
It ain't going to happen. Well, defensively, and then all of a sudden, Ant went from yesterday not playing till game 3 or 4.
He went from he only has one leg to, hey, he might be good to go.
I don't know how that happened.
By the way, here's your ace in the hole if you ever need it with Matt George.
Okay.
We had Jerry Reynolds on Thursday, and Jerry was talking about the playoffs, and he said, right now, De'Aaron Fox is our third best player. And he likes De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
He knows he's a really good player.
Yeah.
So that's right now. So
is it still Castle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it says 2 hours ago, cleared medically to play. Literally, they said game 3 or 4. Wasn't that yesterday? You know when you go on vacation, can't remember the days? I'm pretty sure that was yesterday. Okay. All right, well, we'll see. But defensively, here's the thing. Jaden McDaniels did speak very highly of De'Aaron. And, they asked him, hey, what are you going to do about De'Aaron Fox? And he said, he plays super fast. You got to find a way to slow him down. I think defensively, the Timberwolves, when they had Nickeil Alexander-Walker, they really could throw out some crazy defensive lineups. I don't know, and Dante DiVincenzo isn't the best defender in the world, but now that you don't have him, I do wonder, Whitey, there's only one Jaden McDaniels. Mm-hmm. So I'm just looking at the rest of the lineup here.
He and his team backed up that wild talk. I'll give him credit.
Yeah.
I was kind of pulling for Denver in that series. I'm happy for Elston and the whole crew there, but I was kind of pulling for the Nuggets.
Why, just because they talked the trash?
Yeah. He talked a lot of trash.
That's why I wanted him to win.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand.
32 in the last game?
Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't rooting for Denver because of what McDaniel said.
Okay,
I just like
and
the
now
Nuggets.
Denver we got to talk about them. They got plenty of problems.
Yeah, but Cam Johnson ain't one. Woo, did he have a game in their elimination game.
Too little, too
he was
late.
Great.
Too little, too late.
He was great, Alan.
Too little, too late. Look, typically, you would say Anthony Edwards would be a part of that conversation because he gets after it defensively, but we don't know what version of him is going to be there. So I'm just not sure defensively the Timberwolves have enough. Because if you Jaden is going to go on De'Aaron Fox, now Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper off the bench. So I just don't know that they have enough answers defensively.
No DiVincenzo and Ant, even if he plays, he's going to be hobbled. That's like not much of a shot at that one for Minnesota.
The Spurs just have too many weapons, and De'Aaron's one of them.
We're seeing some crazy things happen, but that's a real long shot. How much of a long shot would the A's be, in your opinion, to be a postseason team based on what we know and where they are right now? If you were to give me a percentage
But you know
chance.
me, Whitey, though. You know I've been hating on the AL West, so I would say a pretty good one.
Okay, well, just give me a number if you would.
Percentage
chance
chance?
of being in the postseason. And then we're going to compare it to what Baseball Reference says.
Well, I mean, with no reference myself, I'd probably just say 40%.
Okay. This is Baseball Reference. I'm not sure how they come up with this, but 2026 Athletics, record 18-16. Playoff odds to win the World Series, 5%. To make postseason, 72.5%.
Wow.
That's what they have them at.
See?
That's why I bring it up, because when I saw that, I thought, that cannot be right. Nothing against the A's. We're off to a nice start, but 72.5% to be in the postseason?
You know how they'll call I think I got it, Whitey. Because you know how they'll say the NFC East, they'll call it the NFC least.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of the what is it, the AL West, call it the AL mess.
Or the AL worst. You can go that way.
Okay, I like both.
AL worst.
Either way.
Would you say the AL messed? Is that what you said?
No, the AL mess.
The AL mess. Okay.
Instead of the AL West.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I mean, the wild card in general, I was looking, Whitey, I think in the top 10 for salaries, I think 6 are National League teams and 4 are American League teams, and one of them is right at 10.
Are the A's on that list?
They're not.
Okay.
But, and honestly, a lot of the teams in the National League that are paying that money are not in wild card positions.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now,
the Phillies and the Mets.
Yeah, so I do think the AL in general is fairly open for the A's if they win the division or just the AL or the American League wild card.
Yeah. How about these numbers? Attendance during the homestand. To be honest, I don't know how much stock to put
Here
into
we go.
any attendance numbers.
Here we go.
So you had 3 with Kansas City and then 3 over the weekend with Cleveland. 9,274, 9,399, 9,333, which I think was the afternoon game. Then Cleveland comes in 12,122, 11,390, and 12,194.
Yeah, I saw Kevin John with the attendance gate picture, one of the 12s. Weather's getting nice. Maybe people are actually sneaking out now before it gets too hot, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Cleveland's pretty random. Are you thinking that some of this is the A's being good versus just a day out at the ballpark?
My guess would be that part of it is just a normalization of things. Last year, what is this? They're here. Oh, how much does it cost? Oh, the tickets I heard are obscene. And now I think after a year, people are just getting more acclimated to the fact that, hey, I could go to a baseball game.
Yeah.
And the team's pretty good. Let's do that.
Here's the thing, though, that I've always struggled with, and I'm sure there's numbers that we can look up, and I'm going to do just that. How do we correlate the A's and the interest of the A's in Sacramento? How do we correlate that with ticket prices? Right?
It's hard because I don't know what the prices are, and I know they have had a lot of special offers early in the year.
It even happened last season, I felt like. Oh, well, nobody's coming at these ridiculous prices. Let's drop them a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, oh, wow, the A's are selling out. And I think you could even compare. I know there's some cheap baseball tickets out there, period. But just in general, if the attendance is going up because, wow, that weekend, instead of being $30-$40, which still isn't a lot, but, whatever it is, if that weekend went from being $50-$60 for a ticket to $20 to $40, I don't know if people care about the A's more, but they just care about them more when the ticket prices aren't as ridiculous.
My understanding is that last year, the powers that be in the city went to the A's and said, we'll help you with some of the stuff corporate-wise, and the A's said, we don't really need any help, thanks. Mm-hmm. After last year, the A's came to the powers that be and said, yes, please, and I think that has a lot to do with it. By the way, this is just something from Gemini. So this is just, I think somebody did this on Reddit, but I'm a sucker for these things. Look at this. I apologize. You can't see it. I'm going to show Alan. Look at this rendering of what a ballpark would look like for the A's right next to where the current one is. Isn't that great?
I mean, that is great.
A little bridge there. I have a new bridge, a little shade structure there right on the water.
Yeah.
Hello.
Get it done.
Yeah.
Kyle the Mediocre, what's the deal? Tell us the deal. I saw this. I got this here, Whitey. This is from April 11th, called from StadiumJourney.com. New study ranks MLB teams by ticket prices for 2026. So it's not comparing 2025 and 2026, but according to this, okay, the Dodgers games at Dodger Stadium are far and away the most expensive across MLB. The second highest ticket prices belong to the Boston Red Sox, followed by the Athletics, currently playing home games in Sacramento at $58 a ticket.
Really? Still?
Number 3, one ahead of the Giants. It's more expensive. But to me, that's not even a bad thing. If you're still getting 12 grand.
Right. But then it depends where are most of the people sitting because, on the berm, it's less expensive.
The berm is safety.
They had $8 tickets available for certain games in April. So did that impact these numbers? I don't know. Good for them if it did.
Yeah, maybe it was after the fact, but
it's just risky to try to draw any conclusions from this. But I think it's safe to say, okay, more people are going out to the A's early this year than did last year.
Agreed. Mm-hmm. And, to be more expensive than the Yankees, it just doesn't sound right.
I'm just worried, Alan, about July 5th and 6th because you got the A's hosting the Marlins and the California Classic going on. I think on the 6th, the Kings play the Warriors at the same time. The A's play the Marlins. What are we doing? That should be avoidable.
No, Whitey.
Shouldn't it? You got the same people running both programs.
Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, if this is about AJ DeBanza,
Sandy Alcantara's going to be going, man, I thought our attendance was low.
Hello. But if you got Kings and Flemings out there, I think the A's will be all right.
Yeah. Okay. You may be right. Speaking of the Kings, they have a lot riding on Sunday's draft lottery. Does any other team have more? We'll look at that when we come back. Sactown Sports.
He's an advocate.
I'm speaking for a lot of people.
A voice for the voiceless.
I stand up for the cats, man. Cats, ciders, normal bikes, all of it.
A man of the people.
There's just a lot of haterade, and I won't allow it.
He's not the hero that cat lovers and cider drinkers deserve, but the hero they need.
You like the underdogs on the court? I'm the underdog off the court.
He's Alan Stiles, and he's a drive guy.
I'm standing on business for everybody.
Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Country in the Park is back this weekend at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park this weekend, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Carl's Jr., RVs of Sacramento, and Atkins Family Vineyards. More info at CITPFest.com.
At Big O, we offer total auto care to make any car problem feel like no problem at all. We keep the scary lights off and help you get back on the road. From free inspections to oil changes and tire rotations. Now through May 24th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra were permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free
Free Duralast brake pads?
when you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
The statewide direct primary election is June 2nd. All registered voters will receive their ballot in the mail. Check to make sure you're registered correctly at elections.saccounty.gov or call 800-762-8019.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Well, what do you think, Alan? You confident about the upcoming draft lottery, Mother's Day? Sorry, moms, you're going to have to take a back seat to the draft lottery this year, right?
Apparently.
Uh-huh.
I'm not doing that, though. I got something worse, actually.
It doesn't work if we don't all do it, Alan. If all Kings fans don't unite.
I'm
say,
already in
Mom,
trouble.
we love you, but you just had a wonderful time in Mexico. How can you be in trouble?
I got river kitties.
Oh.
Mother's Day.
Yeah, but you're working. So that you can buy the mother of your children and your own mother, valuable baubles and.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think she'd just rather me be there. But I gotta, because that's the whole thing. Because it's Mother's Day. That's a good question, right? Do I get out of the doghouse if I just have something planned for her? Because I'll get off around. It's a day game, so I'll get off around 4, 5.
Oh, so you're gone that's all day.
It's all day.
Yeah. What time do you have to get out there?
10:30. 10:30 around there. Around that time. But
are you going to have a
saying.
pre-Mother's Day like on?
I might have to do that.
And also Mother's Day proper when you get back.
I think
so.
I
Do
might
I
have
have to do like a Mother's Day and a half?
Yeah.
That might work.
It's gonna not. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice here, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I asked her. I said, "Would you want to come to the game?"
Bold move.
Well, I'm trying to figure out ways to help.
Did you tell her that? Hey, you get a free something, or do they have some kind of giveaway for Mother's Day?
It says here, Mother's Day presented by Xfinity. It does not say. Oh, here you go. On May 10th, celebrate Mother's Day at the ballpark. Yeah. I don't think you're getting anything, though.
You ever hear the story of Bob Feller on Mother's Day? When he took his mom to the game on Mother's Day and he was pitching? You know who Bob Feller was? He was Cleveland, I think. And I guess somebody hit a foul ball and it hit his mom.
No.
So, yeah, on Mother's Day, yeah. So.
Yeah, just stay there. Stay there, sweetie. I got you. Don't you worry about it.
You'll be fine. But so then... Okay, so what time's game time? You'll be watching the draft lottery, right?
I'll be at the game.
I know,
the game starts at 12:35.
Okay, but the lottery's around 12?
Yeah, right.
They're not going to start the game without you anyway.
No.
Yeah. You might get to see it.
I have to see it. I mean...
Though that's bad. See, if you get to see it, that means the Kings are like the first team drawn.
If you think they're going to draw it out that long?
They might. They're really good at that.
Yeah.
Because they show everybody sitting there for 20 minutes, and they interview him, and Scott Perry. They interview Scott Perry, and everybody. Scott Perry's the one who's going to represent the team.
How much is riding on this? Like, seriously. I saw the Dave clip from earlier today. Can the Kings still get a star without the number one pick?
It seems like you're weary of Dave's content, or there's something about that.
No.
Okay, I saw Dave's.
Well, no, it's not. That's not a Dave thing. It's just we've all done it.
Yeah,
right. We've all every show, every media.
Do you want me to talk to Dave about this?
No.
Okay,
we have to do it.
Okay,
this is the week to do it. We're here now.
Yeah,
but I just think that trying to have a conversation, and this is how I've always felt. This goes back to the tanking and those types of conversations. I just don't feel confident that that's true. Right?
Well,
I just don't feel confident that, and again, these are clips, not the whole segment, but I just don't feel confident that the Kings are going to find a star at 6 or 7. I hope I am wrong, but that's how I can't talk myself into this.
We won't know for years, but it's possible this is their best chance in many years at getting the guy.
Yes.
And if they don't, that might effectively shut the door on them getting the guy through the draft for many years. If that's the case, then what's at stake for them is almost incalculable.
Yeah.
But we just won't know that for a while. Certainly possible, though.
If they don't end up finding getting a guy, which again we wouldn't know for at least 2-3 years, I hope it was just a very overrated draft. I hope, because of everything that happened to the Kings with the winning and just the history of the drafts. If it's littered with, out of that 7, 3 of them end up.
Where'd that come from, Alan?
I think my grandmother.
Well, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Your grandmother. No.
Go ahead.
I would not do that.
God rest her soul.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start saying it now.
Cold bumps.
I didn't know you got it from Grandma.
Nobody said that? Okay. We'll continue.
This is hugely important for all the teams that had terrible years because, obviously, of the lottery reform. The stakes are high for everybody because now it's like, you think you might do this for a few years? Nope.
Yeah.
So for Washington, for Indiana, who they could end up losing the pick, for Brooklyn, and for the Kings. Utah, there's a lot of teams like Utah and Memphis and Atlanta, and hey, if things fall our way, great. If they don't, we still are going to get something good. But there's teams, and the Kings are one of them, that they, like you said, you made the point. They need.
They do.
A big kiss out of this.
So let's take this a step further. Most important day in Sacramento Kings history since, is it too easy to say since Game 7?
Well, might want to, some of those play-in games were big. We tend to forget them because they got boat raced, but those were important.
I don't know, Whitey.
Those were chances to get into the playoffs.
Whitey, this is life-altering.
Maybe. They're probably not going to get the first pick.
Wow.
So
here's my first spin. Come on, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Ho! Siete.
That's no bueno.
That is no bueno. I just ran it again. Ocho. This is not good, Whitey.
No. And the odds are that's where they're going to be, right? 7th? Isn't that the most likely spot for them?
Allegedly. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I mean, I haven't gotten these type of cold bumps or goosebumps in a very long time. So 18%, just for those that are refreshing with us, 18.2% chance at number 6, 25.5% chance at the 7.
I would argue that it's more crucial for Indiana just because even though they're much further along and they had the gap year and Halliburton should be back, just the fact that they could lose the pick completely, to me, makes lottery day even more crucial for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lose the pick, that would be for Zubats. All right, good luck.
You want to see or hear something kind of random?
I do.
You just never really think. Now, chances of this happening very slim. Whatever based on the small percentages and how these deals work out. Technically, for the Pelicans, they have a 1% chance at the 10th pick, and they would keep that pick.
Really?
Yeah. So they do have a slim chance of keeping their pick. All of it because they have it highlighted.
I don't even have that on my possibilities here. I believe you. I'm just saying.
Well, it's just the current odds, so it's all highlighted red if they don't own it. And the Pelicans, for some weird reason, they have a 1% chance, 1.4% chance of keeping it if it's the 10th pick. But a lot of these, like you said, Whitey, 27.8% chance that the Pacers lose it if it goes to 5, 20% chance they lose it if it goes to 6. So there's a lot on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Lots on the line.
Yeah, and then a big part of that will be if they do end up, 6th, 7th, or 8th, or 9th, heaven forbid. A big part of the job will be to convince fans that no, we're okay with that. We like where we are.
Well, you're talking about Scott Perry because I'm not doing that.
I know. I'm talking about the organization.
Yeah. Well, he already kind of warmed up to it, right? When he said on the morning show.
They're preparing for that possibility.
Yeah, wherever we
probability, really.
I got to get that quote. He said, "Whatever we pick will be our lucky spot."
Yeah,
something.
And there's nothing else you can do. So, yeah.
But now there's
you can't say you screwed up the lottery. Although some people will and say you should have lost more games. But
you even feel that way.
That's all done now.
No, but
there's just no way you could. That work had to be done at the deadline and before.
But isn't that kind of messed up, right? While it's happening, and this isn't you. I won't say names. But just this idea of, I just hate conversations where you don't even really have a take, right? And that's bugged me for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some out there. And they'll say, hey, well, we don't have control anyway. Why are you mad? Nothing's even happened yet, right? Lottery happens. They get 6 or 7. And I can already hear the take now. Hey, well, what are you going to do? It's over now. You got to pick where you can pick. What? What is that? You just wasted everyone's time.
Two words.
You said nothing.
Company line.
You said absolutely nothing. Like, come on, man. We're the flagship. I won't even say no garbage like that. Because that's ridiculous. It's okay to, I can't be mad at anything that hasn't happened yet. Why the hell not? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And then if it doesn't work out, well, what are you going to do? We are where we are.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. You just wasted. Why am I going to listen to you?
Kimberly says, the only thing I want for Mother's Day is to be left alone. Just let me watch the lottery and clean the house and cook for me. Best present ever. And Brick Ripsaw says, Whitey looks like Big Bird in that sweatshirt.
Wow.
Let's see what Daniel has to say. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Daniel, what's going on? You're on with the Drive Guys. How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Good. Hey, Styles, did you just say that is this the most important day for the Kings, the most important time? I beg to differ. We had Luka in our pocket, and they blew it. That was the most important time. That was our chance to dig their way out, and they couldn't do it, even when it was right in front of their face. This team is addicted to not getting it done, because I remember hearing all the calls all over from fans, from all Kings fans, going, "Okay, we're a bad team at the All-Star break. We're really bad. To just don't screw it up." And what did they do? They screwed it up again. They had to. They liked the worst odds. The draft came down to, do you want better odds or do you want worse odds? And the Kings chose worse odds. Mm-hmm. That's just who the Kings are, and it's so disappointing.
Yeah, well, thank you, for the Daniel. Call. Yeah, Daniel. I was just going to say quick. I just said since Game 7. I didn't say ever. I meant most important day in Kings history since Game 7.
Mm-hmm. We just have to wait and see. See, I understand that.
No, I like that. That's how it should be, though, Whitey.
But at the very least, before you bury them for what they did or didn't do, we have to wait and see where they're picking.
No, I understand that. But
that's all.
But I like what Daniel's saying, because that's how it should be. If you position yourself to say, hey, well, we don't know, right, whether it's going to be good or not, and then you position yourself after that to say, if the odds were good, see, I told you there was nothing to worry about. Or if the pick ends up being bad, well, it is what it is. That doesn't mean that they're going to get a bad pick. Okay, that's fine, but you're not saying anything.
Tell me if this makes any sense or if this is just mumbo jumbo. I was looking today, we've talked about the percentages, and because the Kings won more games, the percentages of getting the first pick dropped. But what does that mean in terms of actual numbers? There's 4 number combinations, right? That's the machine spits out a 4-number combination, and you have more combinations if you have the worst record.
Right.
Yeah. So the worst teams have 140 combinations of the 4 numbers. The Kings have their 5th, right? Because they lost the tiebreaker?
Yes.
105 combinations. So you have
how many do
the Wizards, the Pacers, and the Nets, 140 combinations. The Jazz, 125, and the Kings have 105 combinations.
Measly 105.
So you're talking about those wins cost you 35 combinations.
Doesn't that sound like a lot?
It does when you put it that way. It does.
Every mid-range shot that DeMar DeRozan made.
Percentage-wise, that's still just a 14% chance down to a 10.5% chance.
Every time he got into his office, there goes another combo. DeRozan in his office, there's another combo gone. Man.
By the way, I don't know what this means, but just doing some research on it just kind of made my head spin. There's one combination that if it comes out, they just go, yeah, that's a redo. It's like 10, 11, 12, 13. No, it's 11, 12, 13, 14.
So nobody claims
combination is ignored and redrawn.
See? That's why somebody needs to be there.
Well, people are there.
No, somebody needs to be there. That's what I don't like about this.
It's all the math. That's they need to do it that way to make the percentages all work out.
I don't like how, this one doesn't count because it was going to go to a small market. See, that's what I don't like about this. There's something stinks about this, Whitey.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why you have to put yourself in a position where, hey, there's no way we can pick worse than 5th.
That would have been nice.
Because that's what it was always about.
Yeah. I honestly think, though, that would have been nice. That's what they should have done. That's what I would have done. But I think they looked at the roster and said, we can't do that. We have to have healthy players.
Get in the office.
Sit to do that.
Yeah.
We'll get fined for that. Or we have to just not let our good players play. And we're going to draw the ire of the league.
Well,
and I think they decided we really, it's not an option to do that. When you looked at what other teams were throwing out there.
Well,
like the Nets.
I guess, DeRozan, you're going to have to get in your office. We have no other choice.
Mm-hmm.
And
maybe they did. Maybe I have no idea. I'm not suggesting anything untoward. Maybe they went to some of the veterans and said, how are you doing? If you have anything that's physically wrong, if you're open to it, we could shut you down and you can rest.
Yeah.
Maybe they did that. And maybe the vet said, I'm good. I want to play. And at that point, you're like, okay.
Right. Hey, guy, you just, when you go on a flight, hey, is anybody willing to check their bag?
Yeah.
We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it. Now, it might take a little bit longer when you leave, but is anybody willing to check your bag? That's basically what happened there, Whitey. And it's not just DeRozan. I'm just having some fun with the whole Office segment, but really he was the last of them. At one point, Russ stopped or had some injury situations go on. So look, I'm being a little bit cynical about this, but they had a lot of players out. Keegan towards that stretch.
Yeah.
That's the other part of this. I almost feel like it's not a hometown discount, but Precious, I feel like if the Kings want Precious, if the Kings end up with the 7th pick, you better sign here. How about that? You're not going to get a highlight tape out of this, screw up our odds, and then take the high road and grab the bag somewhere else.
I know Matt George pointed this out. They have a taxpayer mid-level exception. Exception means like, well, we're over the cap. It's okay. It's an exception.
Right.
Like 6 something that maybe, I don't know if that'd be enough for him, but even if, you can't get out from under some of the other salaries, you're granted that exception.
Okay.
So,
but it was only $6 million?
I think it's 6 point something. I can look it up.
I don't.
Taxpayer mid-level exception.
I do not think. Look, even me, I know what I just said, but I don't know if Precious is going to take that much of a discount.
Yeah. Well, unless you move some people, that's about the most you could offer them.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I think the other thing about some of the gambles that they took is that it just couldn't have happened in a worse way. And I say that because there probably was a world where Scott Perry was thinking we could end up moving DeAndre Hunter this summer, right? And he has a terrible injury and is unable to play. So
at least with that injury, that's something where if I'm another team, I'm not wondering, I don't know if he can still play. It's like, they fixed my eye. I'm good. I can see. Okay.
Eye exam.
It's not like, but I mean, it's not like, like he's coming off a knee injury or his foot fell off or something.
Yeah, I'm pulling up to him before I pay him anything. ZX4. Like, I need you to.
I guess, yeah.
I'm just double checking. So
I wonder if he'll wear goggles.
Rec specs? Bring back the rec specs? Why not? Why not? But
which Kings are still left in the playoffs, Alan? Hey, your guy Keon's still playing, or at least his team is.
Yeah. Hey, where's that 916 at? Keon's still out there doing his thing, man.
I think it was the night you flew to Mexico. Schroeder had a night for the Cavs.
He'll do that.
Yes,
he will do that.
Yeah. So you got them. We got them. Let's see. We got Kevin Huerter still in the postseason. We got, I was just talking about, I was thinking Jake LaRavia, right?
Who got the best chance to win a ring?
De'Aaron Fox, of course. De'Aaron Fox, probably. And Harrison Barnes.
What about outside of De'Aaron? Forget De'Aaron for now.
Do we still count Isaac Jones?
Is he actually on
the roster, though?
He's with Detroit. I don't know if they consider him two-way, but
I don't
he's
know
on
if
their
he's
bench.
Well, Huerter.
I don't know if he's on the playoff roster.
Huerter would actually.
Yeah.
I saw him play. It wasn't pretty, but I saw him play.
But he's hurt now.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Huerter. He's got a real shot.
He does. He'd probably still find a way to.
I know a lot of people hopped off that Pistons wagon when they were down 3-1.
Yeah. See, and now I'm glad you brought that up. 2 comebacks from 3-1. This is probably the second best round one.
No,
in history.
Because some of these Game 7s were horrible.
Still Game 7.
I know, but so what? I like Game 7. Here we go. Watch it yesterday.
I don't know
Orlando and Detroit.
But
it was hard to watch.
But why do you like hating on this first round?
I don't hate on it. I just think it's incorrect to say this is the best first round we've ever seen.
It's one of the better.
Okay. I mean, that's
it's a top.
That's rounding the corners. I won't disagree with one of the better.
It's the top 5 first round.
Would have been better if we had that miraculous 8-1.
Yeah,
which we almost did.
Top 5 round one.
I'm just really disappointed in Toronto and Orlando in those Game 7s.
It's tough, man. I mean, at least and I know if Tatum plays, maybe that's not the case. There's been some kind of birdies chirping about the Tatum thing. Do you find that weird at all? Not weird that he was injured, but do you think it was just knee stiffness?
Just to be clear, when you say birdies chirping, Brett Siegel told you
no.
this again? I just want to clarify.
No. I owe him a call though. I owe Brett.
Was he the one that broke the story of the the Stockton Kings' new GM?
I thought that was Scotto.
Maybe it's Scotto.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. Some people have been saying we're just kind of weirded out at just how if you're going to sit out, you don't make your players look good. And I'm not saying to make up an injury, but missing a Game 7 for knee stiffness, something doesn't add up.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That is odd. But there was a lot about the way they lost and the way they reacted to it that was odd. It was even odd, and in a way, I appreciate it. But Joe Mazzulla, when he says everyone talks about how bad it is, everyone's focused on winning, but when you don't win, you learn things, or whatever he said. Even Peyton Pritchard's like,
said
the losses are a part of you eventually winning.
Right.
It's just unusual for a team to approach it that way.
They're just
illegal screen.
They're just kind of out there. I still don't. I think Joe Mazzulla is a good coach. I'm sure I know he's a good coach. I don't know if he's elite.
Right now, I think whoever's run, Brad Stevens has to look at that and go, all right, it's possible that we've gotten as far as we can and done all we can, and we've done a lot. We've won a championship with Joe Mazzulla. We might have to look at some other things because our coaching staff did not make the necessary adjustments to get out of the first round.
Yeah.
Against a team that we should have beaten.
Yeah. Well,
both things can be true. You did a really good job, but I think now it's time for us to move on with someone else.
Kind of reminds me of the Rockets back in the day when they were chucking a bunch of threes. Now they had to come up against the super Warriors squad, maybe, and a lot of people thought they may have won if not for the Warriors existing. But they were one-trick ponies, and it finally caught up. And I know Chris Paul got injured and things like that, but it all caught up to them eventually. And the Celtics, I think the difference is maybe you'd argue that the tandem of Tatum and Brown they're just a better team than what the Rockets were, and they did not have to face a Kevin Durant, Steph Curry Warriors team. But maybe that's it. I mean, if you win a season like that and you just chuck in threes the whole time, you could do the same thing next season, and it feels like, all right. Weirdly enough, Whitey, it feels like their style of play is a version of a regular season style of play, which is why they played so well without Tatum, and then things then changed in the playoffs because it slows down. We know how it goes, and they lost.
I think they missed a lot of the things that they had gotten from Horford, and I know he's not that player anymore, so that doesn't mean that if he were still there, they'd be fine, but they missed what he used to give them, even Porzingis when he was there, even what Drew Holiday and Marcus Smart, to a degree. Marcus Smart kind of was the one they said, all right, your fault, you're gone, and they won a championship. But they missed what those guys used to give them, those veterans.
Yeah, and I saw
stabilization.
You see, I'm sure you saw this. Did you see that stat about the defense? How it says this is from Matt Brooks. Okay, he says the. Kind of feels like we're seeing a real-time shift away from the three-point movement in the NBA. It's a defense league now. If the Raptors didn't win, but the Pistons did. So 5 of the top 8 teams in regular season defensive rating advanced in the playoffs, and none of the top 10 teams in regular season three-point attempts advanced.
My first reaction to that would be, well, what about top 10 in free throw percentage? But I understand that's not the point he's making. Yeah. But it is an interesting one, isn't it? What an interesting one it is. 49ers getting some friendly fire on their draft picks. Friendly fire. Well, look at that. And we'll hear some of that when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Being a good game show contestant requires a few characteristics.
I prepared a round of Jockverty, the game of stupid sports knowledge.
Quick decision making.
I said Matt, and then she went, oh, Kayla! And you said, yes, Kayla!
Grace under pressure.
What do you mean? There's a bunch of teams that play across the pond!
A clear understanding of the rules.
The category was not, clear.
And most importantly, a positive attitude.
Name that king for one. Everybody ready?
No!
Hang in there, Matt. Practice makes perfect. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Attention Roseville residents, this just in. Keeping your vehicle well maintained doesn't just protect your car, it also protects your local waterways. This May, bring your used oil filter to a participating AutoZone location and receive a free new filter. Available every weekend in May. Recycle your used oil and filter the right way. For details and tips on proper oil and filter replacement, visit roseville.ca.us/oil. Funded in part by Cal Recycle. Limit 1 per customer. Maximum value is $9.99. Roseville residents only. Proof of residency is required at participating locations only.
family. Buying golf gear is easy. Buying the right golf gear, well, that's different. At Hagen Oaks, they don't just sell equipment, they fit your entire game. With TrackMan technology in the Player Performance Studio, your clubs are matched to your swing. Ping's Ballnamic Fitting helps you find the golf ball that performs best for you. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio dials in your stroke, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds correct shoe size for your feet. It's a smarter way to play better golf. Total Game Fitting at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Contractors, remodelers, you now have a great supplier to assist you with your next project. Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento. They are Northern California's best kitchen and bathroom remodeling supply store. Anova has the latest cabinet styles, a great selection of countertops, flooring, bathroom fixtures, and more. Visit their website, InnovaCabinetStone.com. Take advantage of their grand opening special, a $750 in-store credit. Stop by today, Innova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento.
Sacramento! Now you've got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Yeah. Let me take you where you came. Pop star B, put the
Alan was just talking about the notion that three-point shooting is not as important in the NBA. Pardon me. That is, teams are de-emphasizing it. And you mentioned teams with the most three-point attempts are not still playing. And I said, well, how about percentage? So I just looked it up. So these were the top teams regular season in three-point percentage. How many of them are still playing? Number 1 at 396, Denver Nuggets. Number 2, Milwaukee Bucks. Number 3, Charlotte Hornets. Number 4, New York Knicks. Still alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Atlanta Hawks 5th. Minnesota 6th. Okay. Clippers, Celtics, Thunder 9th, and Rockets 10th. So there's only, 3 teams in the top 10 in three-point percentage that are still playing?
Told you.
Well.
It's about that time.
And in attempts, top 10 are the Warriors, Charlotte, Portland 3rd, Boston 5, Phoenix, Chicago, Cleveland Cavaliers 7th, Hawks 8th, Memphis 9th, and Bucks 10th. Wow, that's really interesting, Alan. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he had said if the Raptors had won. Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I was watching in that Game 7 yesterday. It wasn't a great game. I was disappointed that Orlando was not able to put up more of a fight. But there was also baseball on at the same time. I think the Giants they just finished, but we had the A's on, and San Diego was on MLB Network. They were playing the White Sox. And so I'm going back and forth, and I know that baseball is boring compared to basketball. That's the consensus. But I'm watching the games, in baseball at least, what's the count? What's the situation? Mm-hmm. And it's interesting in that sense, what they're trying to do based on what the score is, where the runners are, what's the count, how many pitches has a guy thrown. And in basketball, and I love basketball, but sometimes it's just everybody's trying to do the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of I think his name is Ball Don't Stop, and he's been on this for a very long time. Kind of this cookie cutter. You have one star, and everybody else is just 3-and-D dudes, and you get a center in there. But yeah, basketball or the NBA right now doesn't have a ton of identity, and that's what we talked about comparing it to, funny enough, to college. And who would have ever thought we would have done that? Because we used to complain about college ball.
Oh yeah.
But seeing a Darius Acuff kind of do his thing And certain teams, AJ DeBonsa, teams with some of the best players, felt like it had more personality than a lot of these teams that. And look, I get on them too because I want the Kings to go draft the next Jaden McDaniels. Now the hope is, I think, Whitey, that you have a guy that you draft that turns into Jaden McDaniels. Some of them just stop, and some of them aren't. A lot of them aren't that. So that's why the Timberwolves are so fascinating, because Naz Reid is random. The way he plays is unique. The way Jaden McDaniels plays is unique. Julius Randle, I would also say, kind of a tweener, unique. And then Anthony Edwards. The Boston Celtics, I mean, would you even consider what the Boston Celtics do entertaining, the way they play?
When they're going in, but yeah. I understand your point and agree with it. Let me just look real quick here at defensive rating. How the top 10 teams in the NBA in defensive rating. We'll get to the phones in just a second. How are they doing? Are they still alive? 1, Oklahoma City. 2, Detroit. 3, San Antonio. 4, Boston. 5, Toronto. 6, Houston. 7, Knicks. 8, Minnesota. And that goes 9, Atlanta, and 10, Phoenix. So your top 3 teams in defensive rating are still playing.
How about this, Whitey? Just taking a step back. All 10
Sacramento
of those teams,
Kings, by the way, were 28th. Sorry, go ahead.
All 10 of those teams were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Can you go to 15?
Sure.
I just want to find a team that the best defensive team that didn't make the playoffs.
15, that is actually Cleveland. 11, Orlando. 12, Charlotte. 13, Miami. 14, Portland. 15, Cleveland. 16, Philadelphia. So those were all teams either, at least in the play-in. 17th, Warriors.
This is where it starts. This is what Doug been trying to tell them.
Mm-hmm. But that's also a play-in team, right? So 18, Clippers. 19, Lakers. 20, Dallas Mavericks.
So that's where it ends.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's time for Check It with TC. What's up, TC? How are you? Happy Monday.
I know, but I be forgetting. I grabbed a water bottle.
Uh-oh. Does TC know he's on the air? TC. Oh, okay, we had to let him go there. That was dangerous situation.
No, can't do that.
Nothing against you, TC, but we can't have you.
Something about a water bottle.
Yeah.
I grabbed a water bottle. No. No, TC.
Did you hear the weirdest TC call ever today on the Matt Kayla show? Okay, Matt started the show, and somehow they started talking about, we have a tortoise in our backyard.
Matt does?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he comes up, and turtles and tortoises are cool. But then they go to TC, and Matt says, oh, I bet you're calling about turtles, right, TC? And TC says, matter of fact, I did used to have a turtle. Isn't that weird?
Oh,
yeah,
my goodness.
I just didn't expect it to go that way.
So is it a pet turtle?
It was a pet turtle he had, I guess, a long time ago.
And Matt has a pet turtle?
They have a pet tortoise, apparently. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I've had turtles myself.
You let them just roam around?
Matt lets his tortoise apparently roam around, and then when it gets cold, it hibernates, and then when it comes out from under the ground, it comes up and scratches on the door. Says, hey, yeah, let me in.
Because I know, indoor cat, outdoor cat.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of an indoor turtle, outdoor turtle.
Yeah, I'm not sure of all the details, but I know he has a tortoise. We had a tortoise once, and it was my daughter's, and I let it outside once, and and it was around October, but there was some sunlight, and that thing got out of this. I had it in a little wading pool. It got out.
Yeah,
it's like, I'm sorry. We looked all over for it. That winter, we had this dog. I kept telling him, go find the turtle. And he'd come back and his nose would be all dirty. It's like, what are you doing? And then in the spring, the tortoise, it stopped hibernating, and it was in this hole where my dog had been, I think, trying to tell me. I found him, bro. He's right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because, they need their water. They swim.
No, not a tortoise.
Not
a turtle
tortoise.
does.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd want a turtle.
Yeah. Well, apparently TC had one, and I can't wait to find out more about that.
Okay.
Yeah. But first, here's Trey on Sactown Sports. Hey, Trey, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Drive guys? My guys, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, all right. First, I want to give a shout-out to Jay, man. Happy birthday, man.
Yes.
That's right.
Always blessed to see another year. You feel me?
Happy birthday,
all right.
Jay. Yeah.
That's right. Hey, so, it's, stuff circulating, interest in R.J. Barrett and stuff. And to me, like, we need to pause on that a little bit because first off, we don't even know where we drafting. And then when where you drafting, you don't know who you're going to draft. If you end up with Wagler or Peterson or whatever, then why bring in RJ? You know what I'm saying? That's another two guard. So, pause on that. But I had a question for y'all, wanted to see if y'all can answer this question. So after that performance that Jaden McDaniels did in that closeout game against the Nuggets, it was beautiful, of course. But to me, I see Keegan capable of doing that. But in order for Jaden to get that done, DiVincenzo had to go out, and Anthony Edwards had to go out, and finally, him being the focal point, he was able to sit up and meet that challenge. You know what I'm saying? I was just wondering what y'all thoughts is about that. Like, do you still think, like, can Keegan be able to do that? And man, like, you can tell he's not a number one. I think that conversation is over. But could he be like a strong two? You feel me? That's what I got. You know what I'm saying? I'm a die king. I'm out.
What do you think, Alan?
Good stuff, Trey. I think it's an outstanding comparison because, to me, Jaden McDaniels can score, but I don't know that I would say he's got a ton of wiggle, Whitey. He's kind of straight line type of guy. He's athletic, don't get me wrong, but he's not really boogieing on people. He finds his spots. He's shooting threes. He's getting to the rack. So I actually really like that comparison from Trey because when people would – and it's funny because the guys like Jaden McDaniels – would you compare Jaden McDaniels and Trey Murphy? Do you think they play similarly?
Murphy's a much better offensive player, but there's certainly similarities. Yeah,
I think Murphy has more wiggle. I can't really do the Murphy Keegan comparison because I do think that Murphy has more to his bag offensively. But I like the comparison between Jaden McDaniels and Keegan. I think Keegan is capable of doing that. I do believe that Jaden McDaniels is more athletic than Keegan.
One of the big problems for Keegan so far has been this. You compare the two of them this year. Obviously, Keegan was out. But Jaden McDaniels this year, he started 73 games. He averaged just under 15 a game. He's a really good defender. And he's doing about what Keegan has done in some of his best years. Let me see what his three-point percentage was. Pardon me real quick. .412, okay? Yeah. So he was picked 28th in the 2020 draft.
Yep.
So when you have your 28th pick and he's doing that, you're like, man, when you have your fourth pick and he's not quite doing that, it's more of a, let's go. Yep. Where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
So it has to do with expectations based on where you're selected.
Well, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, because there was a while where, they had Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Jaden McDaniels, and Jaden always started over Keegan, over Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but I know for a while there was a conversation of, they're pretty similar. And then you just saw Jaden start to take that leap. And we were talking about Jaden last week because they drafted him at 28, Whitey, but they drafted him when he was about 20 years old. So
yes, they did.
That is, just more time to kind of develop there. And I don't know. It's a tough comparison because I'm pretty sure he just got an extension and he ain't making what Keegan's about to make.
The other thing is, I think anybody on Minnesota, you break down their defensive numbers, and I think this was even true of Cat to a degree when he was there, and they're all like, man, those guys are good defenders. They are. They have some really good defenders, but when you have Gobert back there, that makes everybody a better defender.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean,
because I can take chances on the perimeter because I know if my guy gets by me, he's got another big problem he's got to deal with.
I hate to do this because a lot of people do it with Keegan, and most of the time I'm defending Keegan here, but I don't know. My question is, if Keegan was in the same position as Jaden McDaniels, and some of it is the type of dude you are. I mean, Jaden McDaniels been talking trash the whole time. He's letting people know what it is. Do we think that Keegan takes the bull by the horns like that in a situation similar to what Jaden McDaniels is in? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, most people think he certainly hasn't done it.
Yeah.
Most people probably think it's not in him, but I still think that's yet to be determined.
Yeah.
And you better make sure before you decide, yeah, he ain't it. You better make sure you're right.
Well, and that's, I believe, what was supposed to happen this season.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, he wasn't able to play too much.
Yeah, more on that when we come back. Also, how the Giants will try to turn the page on a brutal road trip when we come back to Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Being a good game show contestant requires a few characteristics.
I prepared a round of Jockberty, the game of stupid sports knowledge.
Quick decision making.
I said Matt, and then she went, oh, Kayla! And you said, yes, Kayla!
Grace under pressure.
What do you mean? There's a bunch of teams that play across the pond!
A clear understanding of the rules.
The category was not, clear.
And most importantly, a positive attitude.
Name that king for one. Everybody ready? No!
Hang in there, Matt. Practice makes perfect. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you try my Colombian tamales? They're delicious.
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt. Can you pass me a straw?
You mean a pitillo.
Tamales deserve Pepsi.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Oh, yeah, just a few days to go until finally, the draft lottery will be here. Sorry to all the moms. Need a break for Mother's Day this year, just for, I don't know, a half hour, however long it takes. Many of them understand.
I mean, could you say that the Kings maybe did, Sacramento mothers a favor? Are you watching as close? You're going to be watching either way.
Of course. Because they have a shot. They have a legitimate shot. When's the last time they had this good of a shot at the number 1 pick?
I will say, I got to just be very honest with you. So, what was it? Was it last year when they had the weird Kevin Huerter thing with the Hawks, right? The Kings did, where they lost their, if it was under a certain.
The last 2 years, actually, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe it was last year I was watching, and the way they presented it, I think, was confusing to me because I get home from the show.
I think that even was in play when they ended up with Devin Carter, but it worked in their favor. Yeah.
Whatever they showed, I started celebrating. Oh, but it was the obvious thing. And then I started looking, and I go right on Twitter just to double check. And no, it was fine. That's what was supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there'll be any. I'm making sure I'm not. It won't be any confusion this time because it's the Kings' pick. It's very clear what it is.
I hope they get a top 5 pick.
Yeah. This reminds me of my sister did pageants, and it's this weird thing where you're waiting. You don't want normally you win something, whether it's a science fair or whatever.
What was her talent?
Tap dancing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
She would do working 9 to 5. She was in it too. I think it's on YouTube somewhere. But she did this for a good amount of years, got college scholarships, things like that. But it's this weird situation where, number one, you don't want her name to get called. Don't want it. And then when it doesn't happen, and it's the weird thing where sometimes they'll call the first runner-up, but sometimes they'll just call the winner. So again, we don't say her name. Don't say her name. That's number one. But number two, it was always weird, Whitey, because, well, unlike the Kings who didn't do everything right, you could nail the talent, nail the interviews, nail the on-stage question, what your platform is, and ultimately, depending on who the judges are, you don't have any control. And the Kings, now, they did what they could, and now there's nothing else that they can control. And it's uncomfortable for people like me. I'll tell you that much right now.
The thing I'm most uncomfortable with is the notion that if they don't get a top 5 pick, number 6 might be okay, but I just know there's going to be so many disappointed and angry fans. Mm-hmm. And fans have been disappointed and angry for a long time. At this point, as you say, there's nothing that can be done about it. I just hope that Lady Fortune, as she so often does with the Kings and their history, smiles on them this week. So fans will have something to get excited about. That helps me here, but also just for the sake of these long-suffering fans, they deserve a little something, a little sugar.
Well, the last time she smiled, the Kings didn't smile back.
That's true, too. But at least, that's part of the reason why people are so, you hear it and you see it. People are just bracing themselves for the worst.
Here are the two options. The Kings are either going to get a bad lottery odds slot. They're going to end up with a bad pick. Or even if they get the right pick, they'll blow it anyway.
That's the type of thinking we're trying to reverse, Alan. But it's going to take a little luck.
Yeah.
With a little luck. Yeah.
How does that work with the timing? Are there fans out there? Is it too late to get your ticketing options if you wanted to get tickets for the full season? Can you still do that? Or
season tickets?
Yeah, I'm saying, can you wait? Okay, they got the band, so I'm going to get season tickets.
No, all the season tickets are gone.
It's already done.
They're out. No, I'm sure you can. I'm sure there are still some season tickets available. I don't know if the rates change, but there are still. If you're interested in a season ticket package, we can.
I mean, who's sweating?
We can have productive conversations.
Obviously, it's very obvious when the team is good. There are more casual fans that want to talk Kings and listen to Kings, and that's fine. So obviously, we would love for the Kings to get a good slot. But I'm also wondering, that ticketing sales department for the Kings, are they having a watch party too?
Oh yeah,
they're sweating that thing out.
Number one, it's like the banter prices in effect.
We're gonna hit them quotas, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kingston Fleming prices in effect. Yeah.
And I also,
trade down for what prices in effect? That's no bueno.
Oh no, I would take trade. You can sell 2 first-rounders. You know me, Whitey. If I was, and people said I could be in sales, but look, this is where I take my talents. Well, I am.
Yeah.
In a way, I am. That's right. But I think I could sell 14 and 16 easier than I could sell the number 7 pick.
Maybe you could, but still, for most people, I think they're going to be much more interested in buying tickets to see a top 3 pick than they are to see picks 18 and 23.
But that's why I said 6 or 7, I could sell 14 and 16. You get me on the phone like Wolf of Wall Street. I'm selling more season tickets with 14 and 16 than if you give me the number 7 pick. I'm telling you.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Nothing against your sales skills for me. Pick 7 is probably going to be somebody that a lot of people who care about basketball are going to recognize, whoever it is. And later on, that's less likely. Some of these tickets are pre-sold based on who you end up with.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. How do you feel like Kings fans, or maybe the better question is, when do you think Kings fans would get over it? Right? Because it's not going to be Keaton Wagler's fault. It's not going to be Kingston Fleming's fault.
Get over if they end up like with the 8th pick?
Yes. They end up with the 7th pick. They take Kingston Fleming's. How long do you think it would take Kings fans to get over it? Summer League? Have a really good Summer League?
No, that's the type of thing that lingers. If it continues to unravel a little bit, they just have to start winning.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be a while.
I also think that it changes the timeline on your expectations. You're going to have I think a lot of fans will have a shorter, not attention span, but they would have a less of a way of giving them grace, right? If you get the 7th pick, you're already ticked off because you have the 7th pick. If Kingston Fleming doesn't look good his rookie year, I think Kings fans are not going to have a lot of leeway for him versus AJ DeBon's the first year. You'd want to see some stuff, but he's the first pick. We'll give him a couple years, see what he can do. So I think I'm interested if they end up there, the relationship with the player versus the fans.
It's kind of like this, isn't it? Trying an analogy. I mentioned that went with Emran Pilati and his family, and Sheena and I we saw James Taylor at Tahoe. Emran's a huge James Taylor fan. His dad used to sing him James Taylor songs, and he's seen him like 15 times. So we went with him to see James Taylor. And there's a lot of people that are older that go to James Taylor shows. So, they're getting ready for their last song. You can tell it's the last song, and then there's going to be probably 2 encores. And they wrap up, and they're saying goodnight. Okay, they're going to be back at least once, maybe twice. And people are leaving. People are leaving. I think it's because I got to get home. It's like the best stuff is still coming up.
Yeah.
And so that's what the Kings have to avoid is, all right, that's a draft lottery. We're 7th, but let's see who we're going to pick. You don't want people leaving.
No.
Before your encore.
If you get 7, I don't know. Yeah, if you get 7, I don't know how many people are going to be paying attention to the draft.
Beam Team LTB, I'm angry that we are even in a position to have a chance to pick as low as 7.
And that's how you should feel.
And I think a lot of people feel that way.
Yep, that's how you should feel.
Yes. We'll come back with more on that. Also, we have to look at how the Giants are trying to turn the page on a brutal road trip. That and more when we come back. Sactown Sports.
The California Classic is coming home. The Kings will host the Brooklyn Nets, Milwaukee Bucks, and Golden State Warriors at the G1Z for a preseason showcase. To bring some extra fireworks to 4th of July weekend, head to SactownSports.com for all the details.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Contractors, remodelers, you now have a great supplier to assist you with your next project. Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento. They are Northern California's best kitchen and bathroom remodeling supply store. Anova has the latest cabinet styles, a great selection of countertops, flooring, bathroom fixtures, and more. Visit their website, InnovaCabinetStone.com. Take advantage of their grand opening special, a $750 in-store credit. Stop by today, Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
There are many reasons to choose Gonzalez Law Offices. As a dedicated trial lawyer with an undefeated record from 2016 through 2019, and you'll know that no case is too big or too small. Due to his success, hard work, and commitment to excellence, attorney Jonathan Gonzalez has been listed in Super Lawyers Rising Stars, as well as in the top 40 under 40 list by national trial lawyers. You can find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call him at 916-304-9187.
Feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
With the NBA draft lottery just days away now, I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about that today and the rest of the week. Right now, Alan, I want to find out from you, Mr. Giants fan, Mr. Giants podcaster, how are the Giants going to try to turn the page on a road trip in which they won a grand total of no games?
That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
there's a little Sacramento flavor to the lineup tonight, right, as they return home. I'm assuming they'll be able to play tonight. I should check the weather.
Yeah, well, let's start here. One of the rare, and look, they don't have a lot of wins, but one of their rare series wins did come against the Padres.
Yep.
And that was after, if I'm not mistaken, kind of getting housed by the Mets. So that was a bit of a palate cleanser for them.
And the Padres have not been playing well. They won yesterday, but that snapped their own losing streak.
I mean, that record still looked beautiful to me. What, 13? What are they? 21, 13? Yeah. So still looks beautiful to me, but the last time they went to San Diego, they got their bats woken up. You know, they won 3-2 the first game and then 9-3. But yeah, Whitey, I mean, it's kind of a mess right now. And, you know, just kind of looking at where the Giants sit. I'm not even looking at the wild card standings because there's no point right now. You lost 6 straight games.
You're 7 out of the wild card.
I mean, this is a disaster. Now, by the way, Bryce Eldridge is on the way up.
There you go. He's the answer, right? I mean, he's at least the answer to the short-term question, hey, Giants, hey, what are you going to do to shake things up, try anything new, bringing up Bryce Eldridge?
Yeah, and Jesus Rodriguez as well. He is a catcher, but he can play essentially every position. I don't know that he would ever play shortstop or center, but he can play a ton of positions, so that makes him very valuable.
And he's one of the Giants' own top 20 prospects. So.
That's right. That's right. And he came over from the Yankees in a trade last season. So couple of options there. I think Tony Vitello just has to not pay attention to the salaries and contracts right now and just find a way to win some baseball games, because he will probably be the fall guy. And, it probably would be Buster and Tony Vitello, because Buster stuck his neck out for Tony Vitello, and that's fine. But, if you're losing games like this, they're on track for 98 losses or something like that. I mean, that's terrible. So how they get back on track, Whitey, I mean, the obvious answer, they got to hit. They're last in almost every.
Encarnacion's not going to do any hitting for him, is he?
No, he was DFA'd, and
isn't he the one they kept when they let Matos?
One of them, yes. Yeah. So the two guys. Now Matos also was DFA'd.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Now, Oliva has been hurt for a very long time. Encarnacion with one of the worst challenges you would ever see in your life yesterday. He challenged a ball that was right down the plate. And that was, remember a couple weeks ago, he forgot his glove, or he couldn't find his glove in the dugout.
Who hasn't done that?
A lot of people that aren't in the big leagues. So he's been DFA'd, which means that he could still end up on the squad. Actually, I don't know if he has any more options, but I don't know if anybody's going to be looking for his services, at this point.
He's not especially young either.
No.
28, I think.
Giants don't have any young players, really. I mean, they just don't.
According to Yahoo, the Giants have 3 true outfielders right now. Gilbert, Jung-Ho Lee, and Ramos. Bader will start a rehab assignment soon. Rodriguez, who they called up, 5 starts in left field in AAA. So he's played outfield. So that may be one of the reasons they brought him up. They need outfielders?
Yeah. And clearly, they don't love what they've been seeing from guys outside of. And you know what, Whitey? If you're Grant McCray, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, he hasn't really been playing that well. If you're hitting under 200 in the River Cats League, which is the most offensive league, I think, in all the minors, probably going to be a tough go for you. So that he did not get a call.
6 in a row. They've lost 6 in a row. They're not going to lose every game. I think this series sets up nicely for them, but this will be interesting to see, obviously. Bryce Eldridge, back to the majors. His initial trial last year didn't go especially well, but that's not that unusual.
Yeah.
I mean, so he's the answer. What are we doing? Bryce Eldridge is what we're doing.
He's going to, for now. And I would sit all those bums. I would sit everyone who's not hitting right now, just sit them. They're not doing anything. Just sit them. And the
where's Wilmer when you need him?
What, Wilmer? How about Dominic Smith? They let Dominic Smith go. Mm-hmm. That hasn't really worked out. And if you're curious, Whitey, I mean, like I said, hitting over 300 in the PCL isn't the craziest thing ever. But Bryce Eldridge hitting 333 with a 9.
Showing some good patience.
41 strikeouts. But that's
on base a lot.
That's what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
A 963 OPS. Grant McCray, for those wondering why he didn't get the call, he's hitting 227.
That's your guy, right?
He is my guy, but it's just not going to work. Jesus Rodriguez, just real quick, 330 batting average, 840 OPS. Bryce has 5 ding-dong Donkey Kongs. Jesus Rodriguez has 2. So, I don't know. It's a disaster right now, and this is what I'm talking about. The stupid Gatorade. I thought it was dumb then. Can you imagine they win tonight and pour Gatorade? I think I would say, hey, don't do it. I would tell Willie, don't do it. I don't care. Had to be a walk-off.
Whatever you need to do to get Willie going.
No.
Let's go.
He's been doing it. It's not working. They don't have a closer, right? Ryan Walker is a head case. He can't close games. And I'm not even – it's like you want to be mad at Ryan Walker, but also you're putting up 1-2 runs as well.
Right. And they're in a lot of these games.
Right.
You'd think, oh, man, they lost every game on this road trip. They're horrible. But a lot of those games were winnable. They got walked off twice in one day last week.
And that was
they
a
got
big
walked
straw.
off yesterday.
Yeah, that was a bad straw for the Camels back there.
Yeah.
2 walk-offs in one day.
Uh-huh.
That's going to stick with you. And there's
weren't they leading both those games, too, in the 9th inning?
I believe so.
Yeah.
There's no time to...
That'll leave a mark.
To refresh your mind or reset, because I think right after that they went to Tampa Bay. So they haven't really got a brief respite to relax, but that's just Major League Baseball. And I think now, Whitey, is the time. It's probably the worst situation because this is what people were talking about Tony Vitello has no reference, right, to say, hey, guys.
Yeah, I know.
We've been here before.
That's what I wondered about, right? Yeah. Because he could say that, and they'll go, well, you haven't.
Yeah.
They may not say it, but they'll think it.
Right. Or, hey, in the minors, we all went through some tough patches. No, you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think they just hoped it wouldn't be this bad, so that wouldn't be the case, but that's just what it is right now.
If they had, just say, a replacement manager, an average, competent, experienced manager, would they have won more games, in your opinion, to this point?
I don't know. I mean, if your big money players aren't playing well.
Because your boy Ramsey in there is nodding his head furiously. Yes, yes, yes.
I don't know.
Of course, he is wearing a Cubs hat.
I am, but I do have a question for you, Alan. Do you think they would be better if Wash was at the helm instead of Tony Vitello?
I'm just trying to figure out what he would have done differently, or what he would be doing differently. It's the same. Let's be clear. Buster went on the flagship and said, this team is not built to pinch hit, to do any of that. We're running the same dudes.
Thin.
We're running the same dudes out there every day.
Yeah, 106 runs through 34 games, 19 home runs through 34 games.
Yeah.
It's terrible. And I think their batting average or OPS is 29th out of 30 teams in the league.
Yeah.
They can't score. That's 3 runs a game. Most baseball games aren't won with 3 runs a game. And you mentioned 9 runs against the Padres. They scored 9 runs on the entire road trip in 6 games.
And the bullpen actually has been good statistically.
Yes.
When you lose a game in the 9th inning, it looks like that bullpen's the worst I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. But it actually has been pretty good. My answer to my own question would be, if they had a different manager who's more experienced, they might have a few more wins, but I think the differences really would be cosmetic.
Yeah. I mean.
But he's a inexperienced manager like this. He's just not going to be in a position where he's going to get more out of the team than is there.
No.
He's just not capable of doing that right now.
And the one thing
that's definitely what they need.
Right. And the one thing that I've gone back to early on, I know nobody's trying to lose games, but this is what started with Gatorade Gate. Because you're pouring Gatorade and you've won a series, right?
And you really don't like that Gatorade thing.
I don't. I really don't. Because you do it after game 2.
E-bikes or the Giants and Gatorade? Which is worse? Which is more offensive?
The Gatorade.
Wow!
I hate it. Because there have been too many times where they've done it and then come out flat the very next day. So that reeks to me of complacency. The season is not over.
I just have a hard time thinking there's any. You're saying just emotionally.
Yes.
They win a game and they get a little
act like they're
satisfied.
Okay, that's my version of act like you've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Not the bat flipping. Because you're celebrating something you did. I know some people will use that, act like you've been there before. But they beat the Dodgers that second game. It was a high-leverage game. I believe Ryan Walker had back-to-back closes. That was the last time I think he pitched well. And it felt like, it felt like they would have rushed the court. Like it was Belmont beating Duke. Come on, man.
They were trying to get off to a good start.
Then they laid an egg the next game. They did the same thing against, who was it, the Reds? Stop with the Gatorade.
All right.
Stop doing it.
Be a chance for them to maybe start turning things around. I know some have said, Matt George said, well, this is maybe the beginning of them leaning more on young players. Maybe they lean more on Bryce Eldridge specifically, but I don't know that they have a lot of young players they could lean on right now.
No.
I don't know if that's really an option with this roster.
No, it's Bryce Eldridge, Jesus. I mean, Drew Gilbert got a pretty good runway last season and wasn't terribly impressive. He wasn't bad. He's been good this season.
Mm-hmm.
But I know no trade clauses aren't necessarily as scary as they sound. It's just to give teams control. It's not going to say, hey, Matt Chapman, we're trading you. And he says, no, I refuse. That's not how no trade clauses work. How they work is, okay, well, here are the places where I don't want to go. It just gives the player a little bit more control.
And the player can always agree if you say, well, how about here?
Right.
We'll give you this. Or
yes,
why don't, this is the best spot. And a player can always go, okay.
Right.
You can always rescind that.
But again, Willy Adames, 29 years old, no All-Stars. Matt Chapman is signed until he's about 39 years old himself, and they just got Devers. I don't think they would move Devers. Not right now. He's got to play better to get something back.
Which Kings veteran would you compare Devers to?
Izzy Levine?
I don't know. I thought you would shirk from that.
Well,
I thought you might say, "Well, I don't want to."
Well, you
but
can
to your
still get
credit,
hot. It's still early.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think he might be Levine. And actually, it might not be Levine because we still got about 8 years on Devers' deal. I don't know if there's anybody like that because of the amount of time. And you gave up Kyle Harrison, De La product, De La Salle. He's balling on the Brewers.
Yeah.
James Tibbs III.
The Red Sox gave up on him too, though.
And James Tibbs III, who is now a top 10 prospect for the Dodgers. Disaster. Buster. Come on,
A little
man.
short-sighted.
Yeah.
A little short-sighted.
He came in swinging hot. I think they were just surprised that Willie said yes because they can't ever get free agents, and now we know why.
Yeah. Well, at least the Giants still have a long ways to go. The Boston Celtics are done. It's over for them after they blew a 3-1 lead, and Jaylen Brown went public with his frustration. Speaking on a Twitch stream, he accused the referees of having an agenda. No surprise here, but Shams went on the McAfee show, and he was asked if he's going to be in trouble, if Jaylen Brown's going to be in trouble because of his streaming, saying these refs are this and that, and they got an agenda against me. And, of course, Shams said, I do expect the league to look into this situation. I do. Yeah, of course, the league's going to fine him. They're going to fine him vigorously.
Yeah, let's hope he made some money off that stream.
Yeah, the NBA has an agenda against me. Why would he do this? Jaylen Brown has a habit. Defenders know well. According to Yahoo, raises his left arm to create space on drives. And he just says, if you're going to call push-offs, call that on his Twitch stream. He also said, this is the best year I've ever had. I just think he would have been better served to keep this to himself. Frustration's understandable, but this, I don't think, helps him in any way other than maybe right after he did it, he felt a little better about himself.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly, he doesn't care how people feel because he goes on this stream. And I don't even know if they were gaming. I don't know if they were gaming or just talking, right? Sometimes, these streamers, a lot of times they'll just talk.
Yeah.
But, yeah, maybe that was his way. Because I'm thinking it through, Whitey. It comes off bad, right? Where it's just all about it's all about how things are framed. Okay, because he probably was, because he had on some goggles, it looked like in the promo, some gaming goggles. If he had just said, yo, I'm hopping on stream to, talk about whatever, kind of like my own media availability. If he had called it a podcast, people would have looked at it. He still would have got fined, but the streaming still being connected to gaming made it seem like, come on, man, what are we doing here? So I think it was more so to your point, yo, I'm hopping on, I got a vent sesh, and, it's basically my own media availability, and that's just what it is.
Somebody needs to talk to him for his own sake, because he's talking here on stream. He was saying, if you're going to call push-offs, call that, and he showed video, and he said, you're going to call me, everybody does it, but if it would have been me, it'd have been an offensive foul. Why are you targeting me? Clearly, it had an agenda because I had spoken. Maybe I was critical of the refs. So how they responded, we're going to call every possible foul. You're going to lead the playoffs in offensive fouls. That was a response from the officiating crew, end quote. If he really believes that, it's not going to help him. If you play basketball with a paranoid attitude, we've seen people do it here. And every time you're called for a foul, you think, oh, they have an agenda against me. It is not going to serve you well.
Yeah.
Someone needs to explain to him, you just have to play through the whistle.
I don't know if that's an option. He really just, throughout his career, right, he's incredibly intelligent. Shout out Cal Bears.
Yeah.
But he just, I think he does.
I think he lets it affect his play.
I don't know about that. He does kind of strike me as a smartest guy in the room type deal.
He also accuses Joel Embiid of flopping around.
Yes. I think he said that twice. Well, he said that during the actual presser, and he said, but he gets rewarded for that.
Yeah. Embiid put a lot of pressure on us, on all of our bigs and our guards. We didn't really have an answer for him. We tried a bunch of different things. He's a big body. He also was flopping around. He got some extra calls. They rewarded him for that. But that's the league we're in.
Yeah.
The key there really is we did not have an answer for him. That was the key to the series. Boston didn't have that adjustment. That was the problem for them, ultimately.
Where was your boy Neemias Queta?
I guess he did not do a great job against the great, Joel Embiid.
Especially when
Joel Embiid's good when he's semi-healthy even. It's like he's a handful.
And flopping around.
Flopping around like a fish, Ellen. Like a fish out of water.
Yeah, I don't know if Jaylen Brown's going to listen to anybody. He just seems like he marches to the beat of his own drum a little bit.
They had never blown a 3-1 lead in franchise history before Saturday.
And you think just because, the game, now that game was a little bit different, but just because the games weren't good, round one was a nothing burger to you.
Round one was it was a grilled cheese.
Oh, here we go.
But it was a grilled cheese with American cheese.
By the way, I spent a lot of time talking to my buddies about this.
Yeah.
Not about the grilled cheese thing, but about the burger thing. Couple buddies agreed with me. Couple buddies about the American cheese. Couple buddies said, nah, man, come on. They said pepper jack.
Yeah.
Cheddar. So it was about 50-50.
I'm not going to even go there to comment one way or the other because I feel like not you, but I think Dave, part of his whole argument was to draw me into an area away from the grilled cheese where I'm talking about cheeses on burgers, and that's not what I was talking about.
Oh, so, I started that.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
My
so
fault.
yeah,
that's my fault.
No, he talked about it too, and it's an interesting tactic, but I'm not going to fall for that.
Okay,
going from what's the best cheese on a grilled cheese? Well, it's the best cheese on a burger. Okay, fine. Go
so
crazy
now he's
with that.
saying that.
That's what he was saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might get a text from him pretty soon here.
Really?
I don't know.
Okay.
Seems like queso comes up and he appears.
But you had kind of a split decision amongst your friends?
Yeah, it was split. It was split. A lot of Americans, but a lot of that's basic.
Had was at dinner at my daughter's last night. Impossible burgers with cheese, American cheese, very good, very tasty, very nice.
I like an Impossible burger.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Mm-hmm. There's a spot I've been to a couple spots. I do get hungry after though. I do find myself hungry after the Impossible burger.
Speaking of impossible, Alan, the draft lottery.
Oh. It's 3.2.
That's not bad for a Monday.
Yeah, that's right. After a long weekend of your wife getting hit on in Tahoe?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But I think it's a situation where Kings fans are bracing for the worst. Hopefully they are truly hoping for the best here. Yeah. Why not? It's okay to allow yourself to have some fun with this.
Have some fun?
Yeah, start to imagine, wow, what if they do really well in the lottery? And if they don't, okay, well, we knew the odds were they're going to finish 7th.
No.
But let's not make ourselves miserable days before they've even had the drawing.
No, I think this is the best way. You can't go into what you just said is you talk about impossible.
Now you sound a lot like Dave.
No, I don't sound like Dave.
On this subject, you do.
I'm going in saying the Kings are getting the 7th pick, and the world hates us.
Mm-hmm.
And the basketball gods can't stand us, even though we tried to play the right way for the most part. And then if I get surprised, I get surprised.
Mm-hmm.
But I am not going in there thinking, hey, we could win this.
Jeffrey Simpton says, if the Kings get AJ and re-sign Precious, Keegan should come off the bench.
All right, man. I told you this was coming with Precious. I told you that.
Mm-hmm. Tao says, should the Kings trade their pick for Jaylen Brown if they get number 5 or below? I would call Boston. Too expensive. And Jaylen Brown is, what is he? He's already 28?
Yeah, he's late 20s for sure.
Yeah. And so it just doesn't fit my timeline and all of that for all that money.
I like the conversation.
He's 29,
though.
yeah.
Yeah. Who is the realistic player you would trade for? Because I feel like we're going to say no to everyone because we're going to try to start fresh and find your own guy. But if you think, hey, we're at 7, right? Is there a dude out there that's 25 that I guess a team is maybe moving on from? Or I think that's the problem. All these guys that would be in this conversation, they're not going to be young because the teams aren't going to give up on them yet. I think a funny one would be Franz Wagner or Paolo. But I think Paolo was going to be a part of this conversation before he had a pretty darn good playoff scenario. I think Franz is a very interesting one, and I know he's got that money involved, But I think Franz would be a good conversation because he's 24. People really like what he's been able to do. He's not perfect. Injuries. I don't know but I wouldn't do it.
I like Franz a lot. I've always liked him a lot since he's come out of college. To me, he's at best, to borrow your term, more of a Robin. Mm-hmm. He's a good Robin, and his three-point shooting has been kind of iffy. But given that I don't know how high his ceiling is, that's why teams didn't draft him higher when he came out of college. And given the injury issues, if I'm the Kings, I look at him and go, I'm not in a position where he's going to help me much. I would need him to be more than he probably is. Mm-hmm. So I like him, but I'm not ready for a guy like that until I get my Batman. And I've got a shot with this draft pick. I'm not even considering remotely trading the pick unless it's 8 or 9.
Yeah.
7 or better, and I'm, okay, we got to take a shot at this.
Yeah. Yeah, and on the other side, I'm not big if it ends up being 7, but on the other side of it, I just don't know what player that is. Because I like the idea, Jeffrey. It ain't going to be, or Tao, it ain't going to be Jaylen Brown for me. If you can convince me of someone, I'll move 7.
That's part of the hybrid rebuild if you were even considering that. If you're going to trade for Jaylen Brown, you're trying to be good next year.
Right, which, I'm
out on that. And depends on the weather, the day of the week, the time, the relative humidity. You might be in on it, you might be out on it.
I, of course, am always a fan of the hybrid rebuild, but I also want to
you go.
But I want to get younger. So I can't trade 7 for a 30-year-old. Mm-hmm. I can trade 7, but it can't be the hybrid rebuild, I still want to build towards something. That to me is just going all in. That's not hybrid rebuild. That's going all in. Because you're not going to move Sabonis, right? I think you would move on from DeRozan, but
you've already
your one.
Last year, winning 22 games, you've already taken some steps in your rebuild. So you've started the rebuild, right? We agree on that?
No,
I think it's already started.
I don't think so.
Because you only won 22 games. And I know you're like, but they did it ethically. Okay.
So you think the rebuild started when, what, they just stunk?
I think in some ways Scott Perry was planning for it before last season even started. I can't prove that. But definitely by the trade deadline when they started shutting people down or people started saying, I'm out, I think that's where it really started in earnest.
Yeah, to me, nothing has started until some of these contracts get moved. That's how I feel. Mm-hmm. But I think there's probably a name out there, Tao, but it ain't Jaylen Brown. And again, Whitey said 8 or 9. I'd be willing to have the conversation at 7 if it's the right player. And I don't know who that is.
Well, how convenient.
Well, okay. Cooper Flagg, they're not going to move Cooper. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I need a realistic name that could be moved. Because that's what I'm saying. You're not doing resachet.
I got a question for you. I think we did this Thursday. Did I ask you? I think I asked Jay. Happy birthday, Jay. So please, I apologize here. I'm not sure. Did we talk about which players on the Kings right now playoff teams could use?
No.
Okay, well, we'll do that when we come back. Also, we have to talk about the 49er draft and what the rest of the NFL is saying about that. So we got a lot to get to here. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports. Don't go away.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Country in the Park is back this weekend at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park this weekend, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Carl's Jr., RVs of Sacramento, and Atkins Family Vineyards. More info at CITPFest.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Alan Stiles is back from Mexico. Speaking flawless Spanish.
See?
Yeah, look at that.
Muy bien.
Did you have to speak any Spanish, or was it an area where...
Oh, yeah. I mean, you get going, and then if you actually speak too well, then they think, oh, you know what I'm saying, and then they get going.
Right.
And then you got to slow them down. Poquito.
Mhm.
You know, poquito.
A little?
I only know poquito.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know?
¿Dónde está un baño, Alan?
Yeah, right. I know where I can find the baño.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, the food was just crazy, man. Crazy. I had something yesterday because, a lot of times they'll put the sauce on top. I had a sandwich. It was pork belly sandwich, 2 thick pieces of bread, right?
Mhm.
And then it kind of open-faced, but you could eat it closed.
Mhm.
Then they warm, it's like salsa, warmed it. There's a bowl next to it that you dip the sandwich in. That's breakfast, Whitey. This ridiculous stuff. And then, like I said, that's the one break I took. I almost got chilaquiles again. I said, I got to take a break.
Mm-hmm. Then you come back here.
That's right.
And there's nerd pods. What is it?
Nerd clusters?
Nerd clusters in here.
Which apparently are fire.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
I would have left here from Friday's show.
Yes, Friday's show.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm just getting back, so I don't think I'm going to throw that in my system.
No.
Quite yet.
Let your system kind of stabilize a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But, yeah, got back. No, I mean, both flights, so bumpy, though. Crazy bumpy. I don't love that, but I was okay. Nearly got stuck in an elevator for a little bit.
You the type that would, I think you are, you would either go up to speak to the pilot or ask the flight attendants, like, hey, I want to make sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Hey, un momento.
Por favor.
Can we?
Yeah.
How long is this going to last?
Yeah.
I think both flights, seatbelt was on. The flight last night, they tried to turn it off, but it was just too bumpy, man.
Yeah.
But we made it. We made it.
Thank goodness.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I know, because now it's time to cook.
Well, a lot of NBA teams are feeling some turbulence now. Which of the teams that are in the playoffs, or perhaps more to the point, just got knocked out of the playoffs, do you think can look at the Kings roster and go, ooh, we could use that. Ooh, that would help us. He might be a good fit.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you, Whitey. Now that we're doing, I thought you said it the opposite way. What players could the Kings use? We did a version of this on Thursday.
Okay.
But we can do it again now that teams have been eliminated.
Or if you want to turn it inside out, talk about players on playoff teams that Kings could use, let's go there.
Well, I mean, based on players and age and things like that. You know what was weird to me? What was up with because this is the reason I'm bringing it up is because we were kind of talking about big men. What was up with the Vucevic thing on the Celtics? I know they had Embiid out there, don't get me wrong, but was he injured or is he washed? He played 18 minutes in Game 7, but that was one of those.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty tough matchup for him.
Okay, I'm just saying it was very confusing just, whether he's on the team. Is he okay? Is he hurt? He didn't even play. I think he might have been injured. He didn't play in Game 7, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But he was playing earlier in the series because I was just thinking about a Domantas Sabonis conversation for any of these teams. But, yeah, I don't – outside of the obvious one, I think Vucevic ended up getting hurt.
The NPCD Game 7 for Vucevic.
Okay, so he wasn't injured.
And Nimi got into foul trouble. Luka Garza got into foul trouble.
And he still didn't play.
Vucevic had averaged 19 minutes per game in the first 6 games of the series. And that's one of the things that some people are looking at and wondering, okay, why didn't he play? You're not the only one wondering that.
Yeah, it was just bizarre to me. The whole thing was for the last 3 years, get this guy to a contender, and then he just doesn't play. And it'd be one thing if the Celtics had a, ridiculous center rotation, but that's why they got him, right? Because they didn't have that. But
people are wondering was he sick? Was there an injury we didn't know about?
Yeah.
So a lot of Boston fans are wondering why he didn't play.
I understand he's more of a 3-point guy, but when I see stuff like the Warriors having interest in Vucevic, I'm just thinking, and I know prices aren't the same, and that's a big deal, but just anybody that's interested in a big, I'm just not understanding how Domantas Sabonis we're looking at kind of negative value, right? Now, Vucevic, like I said, is making 18 about.
You're not suggesting the Kings should have interest in him, are you?
No. I'm wondering why, and I get it. Vucevic makes $20 million, Sabonis makes $40, but I'm just wondering why there seem to be a decent amount of teams interested in bigs, but it doesn't feel like Sabonis's market is changing that much.
Tao has a good idea, I think, an interesting idea anyway, looking at players on playoff teams that the Kings might have interest in or should have interest in. Jaylen Green, that has crossed my mind.
Really?
Yes, because he's young.
What would the Suns want?
They probably want draft picks.
You did not strike me as a Jaylen Green guy.
I'm not. But I'm just saying, if I'm the Kings and I'm scouring the market and seeing who's out there and trying to find out who's perhaps an underdeveloped player who's got some skill and some youth on their side that might be worth a flyer, he comes to mind. I'm not a Jaylen Green guy.
He's 24 years old. Funny enough, Whitey, I just had fired up from our last segment. 25, under 25. This was done in December 12th, 2025. And so, towards the beginning of the season, Jaylen Green is not even on this list, which is kind of crazy. Jalen Suggs is. Yeah, which stars fell off the list? Some of the guys just aren't 25 anymore. But, yeah, Jaylen Green was not on the list, and Tyler Hero was removed from the list as well. But, I mean, the conversation as far as who the Kings would take, it's similar to what we were discussing with how young they are. I don't think we're not changing the conversation to win now. I think it's just maybe a guy. We talked. What about this, Whitey? We talked about this guy, and he actually probably did himself some favors at the end of the series. We talked about Keegan on the Rockets. We haven't talked about Jabari Smith on the Kings in a conversation like that. I mean, I think it's interesting. That's a lot of money between those two guys, but
I think the Rockets are going to keep him, and I think they should be, if they're not, impressed by some of the things he did in the Lakers series. And I think, as we discussed last week, the KD thing is over. So I think they're going to need Jabari Smith.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
And again, on Jalen Green, I'm not like, oh, they got to get him. I'm just saying, all right, let's talk. But, he doesn't shoot the three ball very well, and he's not a great defender. So unless I could, if Phoenix was like, we got to get rid of this guy, I'd be interested. Other than that, I'm not like, all right, I'm not going to give up something that's going to hurt at all to get him.
Yeah, I mean.
But a young, talented player hasn't quite found it. In general, I'm interested in those guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to connect this back to the draft as well and how that interest changes based on who the Kings pick and where they end up landing. Because if you're the Kings, how about this though, Whitey? Funny enough, and I think obviously the Suns would know this too, but if the Kings get a top 3 pick, would you then say, okay, well, we'll give you our 2028 draft pick because if we go back-to-back.
No, I don't think I would. I understand the reasoning.
How are you going to get Jalen Green then?
I'm probably not, but I'm just saying if they were.
You just said picks.
Yeah, second rounders.
No, Whitey.
No, I'm not. Definitely not giving up a future first.
You maybe could get some. Maybe you could get Reed Shepherd for some second rounders.
Reed Shepherd. They say in Houston, a lot of people say he could be Steve Nash. And I saw a story today at ESPN there's some scout that says more like Steve Kerr. So there's not really consensus on what he could be.
I mean, he's got, for the type of guy he
is not going to be Steve Nash, I'll tell you that.
No. But again, this is what the Rockets chose to do, and it's always going to affect your future. When you bring in somebody like Kevin Durant, you're trying to skip the line. You could have let, Fred goes down.
I disagree, Alan. I understand your point. I don't think they tried to skip the line. I think they were not as far along as they thought. I think they thought, we're good. We need that guy, and that's our finishing touch. And it wasn't.
Yeah, because let's clear this deck. Reed ended at 13.5 points per game, 39.4% from three, only 3.4 assists. Let's clear this deck. I don't think the Rockets would have been much better with Fred VanVleet. They would have been better, but I don't think we're thinking that they'd beat the Spurs or the Thunder. So I think that's where the conversation kind of ends.
I think KD kind of poisoned the well a little bit. Here they thought, all right, this guy's skills and experience, perfect fit for our young team. Instead, he went in there, and it looked like things they didn't mesh, like personally. And they actually ended up, going the wrong way a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's why he's not going to be around.
Yeah. Tao is bringing
He's a
up.
weird guy.
Look, we know who he is, and.
Have you read that story yet that I'm talking about at ESPN.com?
Well, I know that they tired on his mood swings.
It sounds like, and some of this was these burner account texts that no one is saying for certain whether they're real or not. Sounds like there's a lot of people that think they were, but one of the things he supposedly said was, I miss James Harden. He's delusional, but I understand him. That's just odd, man.
Yeah. You'd still be in line if you're one of these, and I know the Timberwolves were in that conversation, but they're still playing now. You're one of these contenders, you're still saying, hey, we'll do the KD deal.
I'm not, but I'm sure somebody will, maybe Miami.
I think if anything, somebody will do it, but the real reason I believe that the Rockets are screwed is because I don't think they're going to get that much value back for KD. I know the efficiency and the scoring is still there, but nobody's giving you 3 first-rounders for KD.
Nope, not anymore. They better not.
I don't think they will. Real quick, Tao is bringing up Anthony Black. Yeah, that's the guy that they would keep to stop paying Jalen Suggs. So just like every season we do this with fans and listeners and the Magic, they're not giving up Anthony Black. I don't think. Jalen Suggs has a terrible contract. They're going to try to move that.
We'll come back with a look at, as promised, what the rest of the NFL is saying about the 49er draft and more in the NBA as well, and the Kings' big day upcoming. So with the drive, guys, don't go away. Sactown Sports.
The Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, athletics, and Republic FC with the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SactownSports.com to join.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by CervantesForCongress.com.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Chance for rain lingers overnight tonight with temperatures dropping off into the lower 50s by Tuesday morning. We'll have mostly cloudy skies turning partly cloudy on Tuesday with temperatures in the upper 60s to around 70. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The cost of healthcare is skyrocketing, and that stops now. Hey, I'm Pace Cervantes, and when I'm in Congress, we're going to build the billionaires to make healthcare affordable for everyone and turn PG&E into a not-for-profit community energy provider. Go to CervantesForCongress.com to donate. Paid for by Cervantes for Congress.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Here's what's going on here with Kevin Durant and supposedly burner phone exchanges. They break it down here at ESPN.com. I think it's interesting because there was never, that I can recall, any direct denial from Kevin Durant. The exchanges here involving some of the things that he said that were less than favorable about his teammates, some of which you can't even read here. They were part of a group direct message on X, according to Ramona Shelburne. It only became public because a person in the group thread screenshotted some of the messages. While Durant publicly dismissed, he didn't say no, he just said, I'm not going to talk about Twitter nonsense. Team sources said the team took the posts seriously and proceeded under the assumption that Durant was at least associated with them. So as far as the team was concerned, there was something to it. Players came back from the All-Star break. Durant discussed the situation with his teammates in what sources described as more of a team discussion than a meeting. Durant said enough that the discussion moved on to other issues that had been simmering within the team throughout the first half of the season. One source said, I've heard that there were a couple of people who were bothered by what he said on the burner account, but none of them were in our locker room. So it sounds like, with Ime Udoka as their coach, some of these guys on the Rockets, even though they're younger, they've kind of developed thick skin.
Right.
And so they've felt like, yeah, he really said that, but that's okay. But I still think it took a toll when it comes to team building.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, funny enough, Whitey, and they went to the playoffs. Obviously, they lost in the first round. This is the best argument for kind of the back and forth that I had with some Kings fans just about we had fun, right? The Kings having fun, the camaraderie, the brotherhood.
Yes.
This is the exact opposite of this is what Precious Achiuwa, not this in particular, but this is a playoff team. Now, obviously, they had higher aspirations in the playoffs, but a playoff team that it seemed like it was just terrible. They probably wish
bad vibes.
They were on the Kings.
Yes. The source says, quote, I think Kevin might have been worried about it being a distraction to the team, but literally no one cared about it. The guys he mentioned are not sensitive about stuff said about them online, end quote. I did not believe Kevin Durant when he denied that the account was his, and I do not believe this Rocket source when this Rocket source says nobody cared about it.
Yeah, I
think it torpedoed their whole season.
And I don't think that Ime Udoka was the right person to try to figure it out. I don't know if that person exists, to be honest with you, but I don't think that it was Ime Udoka. And you can sign up for the, you can sign up for the Kevin Durant experience, but I think that, again, is another conversation where culture matters. And this team hadn't been around long enough to combat any weirdness that Kevin Durant was going to bring in. They had just gotten good themselves a year ago. So to throw that into I think if there was a team that was probably better suited, he would never go to the Celtics. But I think the Celtics could maybe deal with something like that. Or a team that kind of had more to them, more of a pass to them. Maybe even the Timberwolves, because they've been doing this for a couple years now. But the Rockets, the new kids on the block, to throw a Kevin Durant grenade in there makes sense in theory if you just take him as a player. But with Kevin Durant, it's never been about just him as a player.
Right. I think the Rockets felt like they were building a delicious banana split, Alan, with the draft picks. And it was coming along. They had the banana sliced. They got some nice vanilla ice cream. They got some fudge, some nuts on there if you like. If not, that's fine. But, it wasn't quite good enough to beat the Warriors. So they thought, we need some whipped cream and a cherry on top, and that's the guy. KD's going to bring that. Instead, KD came in there. He's like slicing avocados on there.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, no.
Maybe avocado ice cream.
No.
Maybe.
No.
But not.
Yeah.
Just not what you needed.
Right.
Not what you needed. And then when Fred VanVleet went down, instead of him being just the whipped cream and cherry, he really had to be dang near the banana.
Yeah.
And I don't think KD was prepared to do any of that, right? Because he'll handle the ball a good bit. I think the Fred VanVleet thing definitely derailed them, but I don't believe that they would have won a championship.
Apparently, Fred VanVleet is a real team leader. He assembled the team in, was it the Bahamas or somewhere before the season started, at kind of a group, bonding, like just a players-only mini camp thing.
Yeah.
And that's where he got hurt. So that's where he tore up his knee.
Really?
Yeah.
Got to be sanctioned.
Well, they were just playing pickup, Could have happened anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question for both.
Larry, that's not sanctioned.
I'm just saying.
I got a question for both of you when it comes to the Rockets. Do they run it back with Ime Udoka, or do they potentially look elsewhere?
Well, that's a great question, Ramsey. That brings us to something we're going to get to at the top of the hour, which is it's something we're going to do with all the NBA playoff losers. Run it back, tweak it, or blow it up. So we got that coming up. So we'll answer that coming up.
Or rebuild it.
Okay. We can do that too. Here's what the rest of the NFL, by the way, is saying about the 49ers draft. This is from our buddy Mike Sando at The Athletic. The guy that does the quarterback tiers.
Yep.
So he talks to executives around the league about all the draft picks.
Okay.
Executives, scouts, whomever. Here's what one executive said about John Stribling, quote, Stribling is not a dynamic route runner and does not run a full route tree, but he is bigger, faster, will block, and is a competitive guy. This is an executive whose team saw Stribling as a high third-round talent. He is not as good as Ayuk was. He is a better receiver than Debo. He is a faster, better Juwan Jennings and a great guy. Those guys, Stribling and Evans, will block and do it all the right way, how the head coach wants it.
Third round?
That's what this executive's team thought Stribling was a high third-round talent.
Huh.
And, Kyle Shanahan, he was on somebody's show. Was he on Eisen? He said, look, we didn't think he's going to be there. We wanted him, and we passed again. We didn't think he's going to be there.
That's what he keeps selling.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we had to do it.
Yeah.
Somebody else would have. We promise.
And the 49ers draft picks, rarely do they match up with the consensus, and they don't care.
No.
Yeah, but your guy, is Dante Whitner your guy, the former 49er?
Right now he is.
Yeah.
Because he's letting him have it.
Uh-huh.
He's letting them have it a little bit.
Yeah. Dante Whitner talking about how it's time for the 49ers to be accountable for their draft mistakes.
Did they make any valuable moves to improve the interior offensive line? So when you go and you take a pick like Kaline Black in the third round without strengthening the trenches, you're telling me that it's all based on the running back instead of the players that are blocking for the running back. That's basically what you're saying. And there's certain things that go together. And it's going to forever be true. You got salt and pepper, you got macaroni and cheese, you got peanut butter and jelly, and you got Kyle Shanahan drafting a third round running back that's not going to have any value or help the team. And you wonder why the fans are mad about the draft pick. There were many interior offensive linemen left in that position where they could have strengthened the trenches and they could have gotten another running back in the 5th round that probably could have been comparable to Kaline Black.
You got an offensive coordinator in there as a head coach picking guys like it's Madden. What's interesting is these dudes are all like 25 years old.
All of these guys finished college are seniors. A couple of them are 6-year seniors. Stribling has been on 4 teams. Stribling 23, height 25. Black going to be 25 in October. They picked a bunch of guys who are able to rent cars without having anybody vouch for them.
And they talking about he lifted 225 27 times at the combine.
That was, you may recognize our friend Rod Brooks on there. There's a third voice. I'm not sure it was. I think that was Dante Whitner, right? Because it sounds like TC. That's what that's the type of things TC would be saying.
The Grit Code podcast.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and look.
There's some pushback. There's some backlash against Dante Whitner.
Right.
The Hitman, a great 49er.
People think
friendly fire.
Yeah, people think he's going a little too hard or been a little bit too negative about the Niners.
Why would he do that, Alan?
I don't know, but somebody's got to hold these dudes accountable.
Some are suggesting that Dante Whitner, since he's no longer a part of the NBC Sports Bay Area 49er pre and post, that maybe he's upset about that.
Maybe a little salt.
Maybe.
In the wound. But he's got his own pod. Own it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about nowadays. And, I mean, you know what, though, Whitey? I've joked with you about this, too, when I saw, I think it was NBC Sports Philadelphia, and they were going at it about the Phillies. Right? The panel was going after it. That's not how the Bay Area NBC Sports get down. And maybe Dante's thinking, man, this actually makes me feel a bit liberated. And so maybe it's not about him projecting, and maybe it's just the ability to not have to always find the positive side.
Okay, maybe, but he is pretty negative there.
But he's going hard,
You got peanut butter and jelly, you got mac and cheese, you got Kyle Shanahan reaching for a running back in the 3rd round.
Where's the lie? I thought it was great.
Here's where I would push back as far as the accountability. And I know we're all now starting to look at these drafts and say, if they drafted better, would they have won a Super Bowl? But let's face it, they've still won a ton of games. So that's what I'm wondering. How bad can the drafts have been really when they just won another playoff spot, and they've been a couple Super Bowls? Well, what difference does it make if you're still a team that's competing for Super Bowls?
You got to separate, Whitey. We're talking about the draft. If they had hit on, because I saw somebody, and it was kind of they were pulling it. It wasn't just 1v1, but I think the conversation was how the Niners went about whatever situation they decided, right?
Mm-hmm.
But defensively, they could have ended up with Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
If they had done XYZ, whatever. That type of stuff matters. Because these are impact guys.
That's pretty easy to do, though. Those drafting gymnastics where you can say, if they had done this with that pick and these guys did
that. It's much easier to do it when you got a bunch of misses.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Garendo. Did you see Garendo is going to be looking for another team?
No, I didn't officially.
Yes.
Really?
Well, I mean, I think it was more of a report. He seems like he is buried, and he.
What are we talking about here, Alan? Now, come on.
I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
I know you and Jay. I knew you and Jay do like him, but he can't get on the field. So I'm just saying, you keep missing, it's gonna be a problem.
I feel like some of the.
I got it.
The tarp's being laid down here. It's like, all right, this is fine. We're just going to put this down. And by the way, if you don't have a good season, we're going to have to revisit some of these things. People are starting to get a little more skeptical of the 49er Brain Trust.
It was from Vic Tafer. Believes Isaac Garendo seems like he is buried and will be looking for a new team. That's your guy, Vic.
It's my guy, Garendo, too, but he's not a free agent, is he?
Well, he looking.
Yeah.
He looking like a free agent.
Why aren't we talking about the draft picks of a team that has kind of been struggling for a while? Like, I don't know, the Raiders.
Why
are they off the hook?
No. The Raiders already got their grief. But they owned it. That's right. They owned it.
How? What does that mean?
They said, we are willing to lose Max Crosby to do this thing the right way. So that's why they're safe now. But it's the Niners that continue to just, we like him, and they're these Casper the Friendly Ghost teams that we're going to draft these guys if we didn't draft them. But you know what? We'll never know.
I couldn't hear you. George Kittle and Brock Purdy and Fred Warner are making too much noise.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, George Kittle coming off an Achilles.
Uh-huh.
Brock is a hit. We can't argue Brock.
He's a saving grace.
He
think he has saved them. He has cushioned them from a lot of scrutiny. Because look what we did. Look what fell in our lap. NBA playoff losers, run it back, tweak it, or blow it up, or what's the other one? Or rebuild it.
Yeah, we'll come.
That's coming up next on Sactown Sports.
Has DeMar DeRozan played his final game with the Kings? Tune into the Matt George podcast at SactownSports.com, the Sactown Sports YouTube channel, or the Sactown Sports app to hear the latest insight on the star forward's potential future in Sacramento.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Contractors, remodelers, you now have a great supplier to assist you with your next project. Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento. They are Northern California's best kitchen and bathroom remodeling supply store. Anova has the latest cabinet styles, a great selection of countertops, flooring, bathroom fixtures, and more. Visit their website, InovaCabinetStone.com. Take advantage of their grand opening special, a $750 in-store credit. Stop by today, Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Who's coming after us on the text line, Alan? Well, your buddy Scott, for one. How did the Kings choose worse odds? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm listening to Case to Case Afternoon Lose Guys.
Good one, Scott.
God, shoots and scores. And then from the 916, I think this is when I was talking about Jaylen Green. Can somebody please help me understand what Whitey's talking about? He's all over the place. And I'm not Tony Vitello. I think you're getting me confused. We're going to hear from Tony V here, bottom of the hour. He went off about something today.
No.
Alan says, yeah, it's about time. And me and Ramsey are like, wait, what did he say? But we'll let you hear that here coming up. But I believe this person was talking about when I said, hey, Jaylen Green, I'd be interested, but not that interested. I understand that. All I'm saying is players like Jaylen Green, young, talented players who haven't found it yet. If I'm the Kings, I'm interested in them if I can get them at a value price.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had cooked up that 25 under 25.
Mm-hmm.
The long and the short of it is you're on to something because most of these guys, they're either going to be too good to where a team doesn't want to move them, or they're too young to where a team hasn't quote unquote given up on them yet. And then you have the weird in between, which is where Jaylen Green is. And that's what this conversation is going to be.
I was also being supportive of somebody in the chat who had suggested that.
Right.
What about Jaylen Green? Oh, I'd be interested. So anyway, we're looking at NBA teams who are out now of the playoffs. Out. Run it back, tweak it, or blow it up, or Alan's added a fourth choice, which is rebuild.
Rebuild.
Yeah. Well, wait. Rebuild would either be tweak it, continue the rebuild.
That's right.
Or blow it up, like, now we're tearing it down and rebuilding.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Tweak it, hybrid rebuild, same thing.
Speaking of drafts, there's a Raider fan. Raiders had one, if not the best draft of the league, so I got Raider fans.
That's right. Now we're starting to get it. Because that's accountability. Something that the Niners would know nothing about.
How exactly have the Raiders been accountable, but the 49ers haven't? That's what I'm not quite seeing.
The Raiders have owned up to the fact that they stunk, and they said, okay, Jimmy Garoppolo, Geno Smith, and that's when they weren't accountable. Tom Brady said, enough. Enough is enough. We got to do this the right way. We got to tear it down to the studs. Now, obviously, the Niners have been way more successful than now. I'm seeing them right here. The Raiders draft Mendoza. Look at them in the black and silver. In the silver and black.
Oh, yeah, you get in trouble when you mix those, huh?
I got it right that time.
Yeah.
The second time, silver and black. That's right.
I hope it works out for him. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
But the Niners,
I
obviously,
just still have that bruise deep down in my soul from the Raiders from leaving. I appreciate and respect people like you and Ramsey. Like, no, they're still my team. That's good. But for me, it's like, I don't appreciate that.
You're not a Raider fan.
I went to Raider games when I was a kid.
I don't need
I'm not a Raider fan now. I used to root for the Raiders when they were on this station.
No. Ramsey,
we used to have Randy Jordan on the station every week.
Hey, Ramsey, we need that Randy Moss. I am not a Raider. I am not. You cannot speak on this, Whitey.
No, I can because I went to my first Raider game when I was like 9 years old.
Okay,
I am not a Raider fan. I am not claiming to be. I want to make it clear I am not.
Now, see?
When they left, I said, I hope they lose every game.
And you're
I don't
not
feel
slick.
that way anymore, but I'm not a Raider fan.
And you're not slick because you're saying this to me with Jay not here.
What difference does that make?
Because if Jay was here, it's bang, bang, Niner gang. Y'all get on me because I don't mind when the Eagles win. And now that Jay's not here, you're going to drop this on me that you have these ties to the
I've
Raiders.
told Jay. Jay knows how I feel. He might feel the same way. I don't know. Maybe he's never liked the Raiders.
I don't know. I see some venom with Jay and the Raiders.
Yeah?
I don't know about that.
Well, a lot of people felt a lot of venom towards the Raiders when they left. And again, you and Ramsey, and there's a lot of people. And that's fine. You do you, but I'm telling you, I'm doing me on the Raiders.
No, but hold. Okay, I get you. I'm not saying it was an easy thing, though.
No, it's fine. I don't care.
I'm looking
I'm
around.
not. I don't look at you side eyes.
No, you are looking at me side eyes.
No, I'm not.
Because there's what else did you want me to do?
I'm just telling you how I feel.
I can't go to Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And
You're just
join
saying
no accountability crew.
Your view is you're a Raider fan. How can I speak on the Raiders?
That's right.
And I'm telling you, I can speak on the Raiders.
Okay. You can speak on the Raiders.
Yes.
You can speak on the Raiders.
I saw Daryl LaMonica play quarterback for the Raiders.
I know.
Yeah.
I never knew. You're telling me this at 5:09 on May the 4th be with you. The Darth Vader, that's all Raiders. But you didn't tell me any of this.
Did you hear Amy Trask's story she had when they were in L.A.? She had Darth Vader come out on the field and take a picture with Al Davis. And he had no idea. He said he had no idea who it was. No clue whatsoever.
So not a Star Wars guy.
I don't think so.
Yeah. He was busy, man.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just funny.
He was busy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Draft-wise, Allen. Well, the draft is part of it. Toronto Raptors. Run it back, tweak it, blow it up.
Tweaky.
That's probably going to be the answer for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
Does tweak it involve talking to the Kings?
Yeah. This is a true tweak it, though. Because I was following, because, a lot of people are talking about the Raptors, what do you do with the season? And I guess they don't have, what somebody said from The Athletic, The Daily Show, is unlike other sparky, his name is S. We've had him on the show before, and he's a host for NBA or The Athletic Daily Show.
Okay.
But he's from Toronto. He said the difference between the Raptors and other spunky young teams is they have a lot of money that is wrapped up right now. So they don't really have a lot of moves they can make, so they essentially have to tweak it, Whitey. So that's an easy tweak for me.
Mm-hmm. They were, 22nd, in points per game? Pardon me. I don't want to spend a lot of time looking at these numbers, but I'm just looking at, all right, if you're the Toronto Raptors and you're going to tweak it, what are you going to tweak? 15th in offensive rating, and their defensive rating, I know they had a pretty good defensive. Yeah, they were 5th defensively in defensive rating. So you need to improve your offense, right?
Yeah.
So, but that's where it gets complicated. It's so hard. Well, get Sabonis, okay, but then defensively you're giving up some things. But they definitely need more scoring.
And the way you talk about Sabonis in the defense, it feels like
they need DeMar DeRozan.
The way you talk about him, it's no wonder his market hasn't changed because everybody needs some level of defense. I guess I'm trying to figure out, who's the team that is good enough on the perimeter that they can survive Domantas Sabonis defensively.
Mm-hmm. It's just like you don't know. Okay, you bring in somebody. It reminds me of when the Bulls got the great defender from the Pistons.
Dennis Rodman?
No, the other guy, Ben Wallace. Pardon me, Ben Wallace. And they're like, "Oh, we're really good offensively. We'll bring him in defensively, and we're great." And he came in defensively and was pretty good, but then offensively, it's like, "Oh, you didn't see that coming."
Right.
And you don't end up actually getting any better. The thing about Domas, I think, so tricky is which guy am I getting? Do I have to run? We've talked about this a lot. Do I have to run my offense through him to get the type of production that he put up when he was second team all league twice?
I think
okay, but if depending on my roster, if I don't do that, is he worth what I have to give up to get him?
That's the Domas conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been that, and somebody.
I think he helps them, and I know he's expensive. If I'm the Raptors, I'm trying to get something done there.
If you feel like the defense first thing is starting to get hot again, and you're Scott Perry, you have to prioritize getting off of that contract over getting value.
Yeah. To me, I know we're talking about what these teams should do, but we said this earlier, that Toronto deal, Domas to Toronto, I question it from the Kings side of it. Like, what am I getting back that makes it worthwhile? Are the Raptors going to help me get from where I am to further down the road that I want to be on? I'm not sure, other than getting off the salary, but they're going to want you to take back a lot of salary. So I don't know. But if I'm the Raptors, I'm very interested.
RJ Barrett does not move me at all. He doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Now talk to me after the draft. If it's a bad lottery, then we can have a conversation, but I'm cool.
Is he young enough to be maybe part of something I'm putting together, and he'd still be good when I get there, hopefully? And
25. I think that's the limit.
Mm-hmm.
But
Orlando Magic. Am I going to run it back, tweak it, or blow it up? I've already fired the coach.
I think there's some level of blow up.
Ooh.
Well, I know they just paid Bane, but maybe
they gave up a lot to get him, so they got a lot invested in this team.
I don't know. I want to pick something because it would be a heavy tweak, not a light one. They're probably going to try to get off of that Suggs contract somehow, and they got to probably make a decision on Franz Wagner. So tweak doesn't feel like enough, but rebuild does feel like
they
too
came
much.
so close to pulling off one of the biggest playoff upsets in recent memory. If I'm them, I see how they could say, look, get a new coach, because there was already some rumblings about the coach, right? Jamal Mosley, yeah.
There's been some.
If we were healthier, we get a new coach. I think they essentially run it back.
I mean, I know I keep saying how they're not going to move Anthony Black. I get it. But they could find themselves in a position where he's the key to whatever the heck they feel like they need, acquiring that.
Mm-hmm. Houston Rockets, run it back, tweak it, blow it up. I think it's somewhere between blow it up and tweak it. It's like a major tweak.
That's how I felt with
pushing it as far as it's almost more than a tweak, but it involves Durant and essentially keeping everything else.
So Durant's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Durant's gone, then that's more than a tweak to me. So hybrid rebuild.
Maybe. I mean, if I like everything else, I feel like it's a matter of we thought he was the whipped cream and the cherry, and it ended up being a bunch of avocados.
Yeah.
So we got to take all that off of there, but we're still looking for that whipped cream and the cherry.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw that report about Amen Thompson, possibly something around $250 million.
He's worth it.
Is he?
He's a stud.
Is he?
I think
worth
you're
it?
caught up on the fact. You're right. He can't shoot the three ball, but he is a good scorer, even though he's not a great perimeter shooter, and he can shut people down. Him and his brother are scary.
Okay.
They're the type of people like, I don't want to play against that guy.
$250 million, he better be.
That's what he costs in today's NBA. A guy of that caliber, that's what he costs.
He better be scary.
You can't tear it down already, can you?
No, I mean, I don't think it's a full teardown, like you said. It's heavy, but you talk about scary for $250 million. Why do you know you can see everybody what they're watching on their screens? Because there's screens on the plane. I saw somebody watching The Conjuring, Last Rites. You better be that scary. $250 million. You better be The Conjuring. Okay? Rated R. for $250 million.
What about Insidious 2 or 3 or whatever it is when the guy's in the MRI machine? Have you seen that?
I saw the first Insidious.
Okay. He's in the MRI machine because they can't figure out what's wrong with him. And, of course, he's possessed or whatever. And he gets in there in the tube. Have you ever been in the tube to get an MRI?
I think I have been in the tube.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're in there, and then all the power goes out, and it's dark. And he's like, hey, hello. And this little demon guy starts crawling. Yeah.
That better be Ahmed Thompson.
That's like, I'm out.
What about what was the older scary? What about The Shining? Was that scary to you?
It was weird more than scary. A little scary. I saw it at home. It's different at the theater.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Okay. That ain't $250. That ain't $250.
Mm-hmm. I bet at the time it was like, ah!
Yeah.
And now it's like,
okay. Well,
did you ever see the first Alien?
No, I don't think so.
I saw that in the theater when it came out. That was pretty scary, but that's one of those ones, and you'll probably experience this. You see these movies, you think they're scary, and then your kids, your daughters, they get to a point where, I want to watch a scary movie. And you go, oh, watch this. And you show them the movie, and they go, Dad, that wasn't scary.
Oh, no. I mean, there's some scary movies these days, Whitey. I told you I got nightmares from Sixth Sense.
Really?
I was 9. I probably shouldn't have watched it. Definitely not. Blair Witch Project.
I see dead people.
Blair Witch Project. Scary.
A lot of people thought that was real. A lot of people thought that was actual.
I thought the way they shot it was incredible. Very visionary.
Wasn't it just they had a handheld camera?
That's
they showed
right.
people's faces and it was all shaky and everything.
Yeah.
And that's like all the whole movie?
Sometimes less is more. Tell the Kings that.
You better be careful. You be back in Mexico.
No, I don't want to go.
On a Spanish language station.
Rareras! That's going to be me.
Radio Deportes.
Hey, how'd you end up out here? It's a long story.
Me llamo es Larry.
Hey, whatever happened to Alan Styles? Well, he came back a little spicy.
Denver Nuggets. Run it back, tweak it, or blow it up. Now we're talking.
I mean,
no less an expert than Ramsey wants the Kings to trade for Jamal Murray.
Yeah. Isn't it a blow up if you move on from Jamal? I know it's one player, but that's the championship core.
I don't think you're moving on just from Jamal. They may have to move on from Aaron Gordon as well.
Yeah, but that's a blow up to me. Now, yeah, when you're talking about a blow up
typically means we're starting over.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't be doing that because they would still have Jokic.
So it's more than a tweak, but less than a major blow up.
We've said that 3 times now.
Well, I don't know what you call it.
Okay.
The tweak up. I don't know. It's part blow up and part tweak.
Or let's quote Nikola Jokic and said, if we all played like this in Serbia, we'd all get fired.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think same thing, major tweak.
Just they got to keep Cam Johnson. He's the key to the whole thing for them. The whole thing.
I don't think
we finally saw
incredibly
a glimpse of his greatness in the last game, but it wasn't enough. Yeah. Wasn't enough. Boston Celtics. Run it back, tweak it, blow it up, Alan.
Run it back.
Really?
Didn't have Tatum.
So even with the coach, keeping the coach, running it back means keep the coach.
Yeah, they're not moving on from Missoula. A couple years removed from a championship, lost Tatum.
That team is just hard to figure because even the year they went to the finals and lost to the Warriors, up until January of that year, it was 22, so 21, 22, people were looking at that team and going, yeah, Brown and Tatum, they can't coexist. Yeah. You have to break it up. And then on January, it just click, and they went on a run, and they probably should have won the championship that year.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you this. If Tatum doesn't go down, and they were going to lose that series anyway, but if Tatum doesn't, they're down 3-1, I believe. So you never know. But assuming
which series are we talking about?
Last season.
Oh, okay.
Assuming they lose, I think the Joe Mazzulla talk would be different, but then it would be all connected because Tatum wouldn't have missed this season. But if they did the same thing with Tatum healthy, I think there might be some more questions than they're going to be.
Is this fair to say? It's a little discouraging is why I'm reluctant to say it. But you look at these teams, they all had good years. Some of them, it ended, in disappointment, but they all had good years. And now you have a ton of them that lose in the first round, and they're going, oh, man, how do we fix this? And all those teams are so far ahead of where other teams are.
Yeah.
And if you're one of the other teams, to me, it just gets a little, you try to look at it from their perspective, it's a little discouraging.
It is.
Because these teams are sitting there going, man, what are we going to do? You would kill to be in their position.
Yeah, and it all comes back to the contracts and stuff like that. I just think that, to your point, you need to start this process as soon as possible. And I know you said some of that may have started this season. You need to legitimately get these dudes off of your team. That's it. It's just that simple. Any way you can. I think the only guy, and here's the thing, Whitey, if you threw away value, and I think that's going to be the biggest question with Scott Perry, if you threw away the idea of value, I believe they could move off of everyone. They truly could. They could move off of DeRozan. They could move off of Levine. They could move off of Domantas Sabonis as well.
But how do you do that when you have to take things back? You have to take salary back. And you're saying you're saying you take bad contracts, bad players?
I'm just saying you can move off of these guys. Maybe there are some 27-year-olds out there. Lesser, shorter term deals, whatever it is. But I'm just saying they can get off. They can get younger. They can get off of these guys. The players aren't going to be better, but, a collection of expiring contracts, whatever it is. I mean, you're not going to tell me that Domas isn't worth some expiring contracts.
Well, you probably didn't hear much of the Christopher Lott show today because I know you got in late last night.
Got in late last night.
Yeah.
And then had the 3-year-old checkup with toddlers. So
okay. So Verlotte and Ross today, Carmichael Dave may appear. They were talking about this. Dave threw out this question. If you're the Kings and you're picking, we say around 7th or 5th, 6th, 7th, would you consider trading that pick for Amen Thompson? He asked that question, Alan. Your idol.
Dave did?
Yes. And I apologize because I'm not sure which number you said, Dave. But it's somewhere in that, I think it was around 5, 6, 7. I think it might have been 5. Would you consider it? And I thought of you because I know you're not the biggest Amen Thompson fan.
This is a tough one for me. Definitely not 5. No.
I would say no just because, I need that salary. I bring in a guy at that, spot. Hopefully he's a really good player and I don't have to pay him much for a while.
It's just tough because I don't know what his ceiling is. I think he's a really good player too.
We're probably seeing about what his ceiling is. And I think it's more a matter of him doing this and maybe a little better, but for years to come. Amen Thompson, that is.
Yeah.
He's really good, but he's not going to become Steph Curry or anything like that.
I think the only way I'd need another pick in the first round. I'd have to get it from somewhere else. But if there's if you're saying, if there's some version.
I thought that you would immediately dismiss that, frankly. I thought you'd say, no way.
Like I said, I'm not doing it at 5. But I think, could you do, if you had 5, could you trade with the Hawks to get 7 and 23, send 7 to the Rocket, if the Hawks would do it, obviously.
I like him a lot, but I wouldn't do it at 5 because I need to get somebody who's better than him. I don't know that I can.
Yeah.
It's not a given that I can, but I need to try.
Yeah, I would do it if I could flip 5. So I guess I'm not really answering the question. But if it was 7, I'd have to have the Hawks 7 and 28 or 7 and 23, whatever it is.
1993, if they can build around Barnes, talking about Toronto. This isn't from Raptors Fanatic. If they can build around Barnes, they can be nice because Scotty is special. Yeah. Don't tell that to Alan Stiles. He's not a big Scotty Barnes guy.
Why do you say that?
Because you said that last week.
No, I said I'd never watch him play.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't think he was a guy.
No, I just never really watched him play.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem like the stuff he does that's part of the conversation isn't, he's a superstar that does kind of non-superstar stuff. So, if you don't have a reason to watch, you just don't really watch him that much.
He's like a super level glue guy. He's more than that, but he's like Gorilla Glue plus.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep. Glue guys, people say, glue guy. To me, you need glue guys. And he's a glue guy plus.
What if he just had a full team of Robins?
Well, didn't the Pistons almost win a championship that way?
Yeah. Just give me a bunch of Robins
part of the reason when that happens, and it happens rarely, it's because people don't know how good those guys are. People are like, that guy's a Robin, that guy's a Robin. No, that's like freaking Green Lantern. You just don't know it.
Okay.
That's a Batman right there. You just don't recognize what he's getting done.
That might be what the Kings need to do.
Mm-hmm. What do the Giants need to do? Tony Vitello spoke about that today in the Giants dugout. Allen loves it. Ramsey and I are still trying to figure it out, what exactly he was saying. See what you think. He'll play it for you next on Sactown Sports.
Being a good game show contestant requires a few characteristics.
I prepared a round of Jockberty, the game of stupid sports knowledge.
Quick decision making.
I said Matt, and then she went, oh, Kayla! And you said, yes, Kayla!
Grace under pressure.
What do you mean? There's a bunch of teams that play across the pond!
A clear understanding of the rules.
The category was not, clear.
And most importantly, a positive attitude.
Name that king for one. Everybody ready?
No!
Hang in there, Matt. Practice makes perfect. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A's fans, the 2026 season is here, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season, packed with theme days, giveaways, and fireworks nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Live stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Tony Ray Harvey has come up with a new term. You know, we were talking about NBA playoff losers. Should they run it back, tweak it, or blow it up? And Tony says hybrid tweak. So, you know, you have your hybrid rebuild, hybrid tweak.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Do the Giants need a hybrid tweak right now, Alan?
Honestly,
I don't know how closely you follow it, but they just completed a road trip in which they didn't win a game.
You know, I was out in Mexico.
I know you were.
I really didn't catch that much, but from what I saw,
some close games, but they ended up losing them all.
Yeah, from what I saw, pretty terrible.
Got shut out, I don't know, 3-4 times, whatever it was.
Yeah, pretty terrible to start here.
But they're back home tonight.
Back home tonight.
Against a divisional foe that they've already knocked around a little bit this year.
Yeah, and I guess the conversation has been, as far as Tony Vitello is concerned, you know, our guys are listening to the chatter, essentially. So he's going to speak his mind. He's always done that, or he's done that this whole time. So now he's kind of being honest about that and saying, hey, all right, now is the time we need to turn it up a little bit. Kind of speaks to the fact that maybe everyone's been a little bit too chill. I think if I were to, and I'm being honest here, if I were to kind of read or assess the situation with Tony Vitello, again, this is why I thought that his hiring was a little interesting based on the based on the vets that are already on the squad. Because I do think there was a level of, hey, this is the big leagues. Again, we use the same conversation about Doug Christie. Doug Christie, the first couple games, just paraphrasing, man, I might as well be out there, and these guys got to play with pride and all this stuff. Doug kind of chilled out a little bit. Feels like it's been the reverse with Tony Vitello. Maybe, hey, I don't want to come in super rah-rah. I know he had that fiery speech, then that, I don't know, got received too well. So it feels like he's just been in chill mode.
Yeah.
Ejected once or twice. But now it feels like, all right, I need to turn this up a little bit because, and he says it in the clip we're about to play, what they're doing just isn't working.
Yeah. Tony Vitello explaining where the Giants are and how they dig out of this earlier this afternoon from the Giants dugout.
I think if, we got a lot of cameras and I'm sure there's already darts being thrown, which is fine, but I'll gladly take the brunt of anything because if I've picked up on the scent a lot, these guys have let other people write narratives for them, either literally on paper or just mentally a little too much. So I'll say, backtracking to my definitive answers, I'd say if anything, been a little too back on the heels and given a little bit too much freedom for either leaders to do things or this is what we got at second base today or at the plate, and if you guys want to do that or what's best for you. So I think it's the opposite at this point. There was a lot said in the last couple days, and it's time for us to push forward and, not just the coaches, but everybody should have a little bit of edge to them. If anything, our fan base deserves that at the very least, but also what we've done has not worked. So there's got to be a change in mentality, attitude, and then the actions that go with it too. You just can't have thoughts.
Okay, what, Alan?
That
guys are on their heels and they've got too much freedom? Is that?
Yeah, I think, again,
these guys have let others write narratives for them.
Go out there and prove it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that part I did find fascinating because he's basically saying, if you're not producing, people are going to talk about you. That's how I read it. Then later he gets into the fact that the way we've been going about it, it almost felt like not a shot at Buster, but when he says, hey, this is what we got at second base today, right? Essentially, and second base is a bad example because Arias has actually been playing well.
Yeah.
But hey, and Chapman's not playing today, by the way. Buster came out and said a bunch of stuff, and Buster said, for now, we are going to see we are going to see more, I guess.
Is the kid they brought up playing third?
I'm still looking for the lineup, which I
got the lineup.
Okay, Ramsey has the lineup, but I believe Casey Schmidt is at third base tonight.
Schmidt's at third. Bryce Eldridge is DHing, and the other kid, Rodriguez, is behind the plate tonight.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
That's what Ramsey. I'm talking about. See, man, this is what we're talking about, fellas. But basically,
seriously, I think those are really good ideas, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to work, but it's definitely time for that.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of we can't just keep letting y'all stink with just no repercussions at all, right? And that's really what this is turned into. And I don't know,
is this lineup in a way pointing the finger of blame at Chappie?
Well, he's one of them. I think, and I saw some people responding saying it should be Adames not playing tonight. But this is, here you go. This is from Pavlovich an hour ago. Buster Posey told me the Giants will, quote, mix and match with their infield for now, including extra days off. This is so well done by Buster. Including extra days off for the veterans. Quote, Casey has been playing well. I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. And then Pavlovich ends it. Schmidt is at third base tonight. So a conversation was had. We can't just let these guys. Now, Whitey, I don't know how motivated. If I'm Willie Adames, I don't know, or Chapman, I don't know how motivated I am. And Chapman's a heck of a competitor. So I'm not trying to take it to the money thing again. But I do think it's realistic, right? High school, college, you get benched. That's embarrassing. Your girl's in the stands. Parents are there. But Chappie, I'm sure it's a level of embarrassing. I just don't. They got to try whatever right now. I have no clue if it's going to work or not.
You think Schmidt goes up to Chappie, says, "Hey, I'm playing your spot tonight. I hope I can catch the bleeping ball."
Oh my goodness! How about that though?
Yeah.
hey, why don't you learn how to hit the bleeping ball? Now I got to play your position.
And and just speaking to the Knights lineup, they've actually kind of tweaked it. Schmidt's batting second tonight, and they moved Devers down to fifth, and Adames is sixth.
He's the best hitter on the team right now, Schmidt is, which is a crazy thing to say, but that's what it is. Hey, Chappie, I like my Gatorade yellow, buddy. Thanks so much. Come on, man. See, but this is what I'm talking about, Whitey.
Honestly, I think it's smart. It makes sense what they're doing. You could argue maybe they should have done it sooner, but this is a good time to do it when you're back home.
Back home.
Yeah.
You know, I know the Padres, their soft spot is their pitching. So perfect opportunity to do it. And this, guys, and Jung-Hoo Lee's leading off again. This, to me, Adames is down there at 6th. Okay? So this, to me, guys, this is accountability. If other teams around the area, not talking 916, but if other teams around the area.
This is a shot at the 49ers.
I'm just saying.
What is the Giants' record? When was the last time the 49ers had a record like that?
Well, look, everything is relative, Whitey. If you keep comparing yourself, that's why you don't have number 6. Because every time that happens, you compare yourself to the dumpster.
You just compared him. You compared him to the Giants.
I'm using it.
I didn't.
I'm using it for an accountability exercise.
Uh-huh.
Kyle Shanahan, well, we got our own boards. Remember Tony Vitello? We got our own metrics. And the guys are doing just fine.
Uh-huh.
The same idea, Whitey. Oh, Jay's missing a good one.
Who comes to mind when you think of Giants call-ups that have been like, boom? That was the guy.
Well, I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald was the guy for about 3 months.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like Buster. Do you remember when Buster?
It might be Buster.
Yeah, that was not the first year he came up. I think he struggled like Eldridge did last year. But then, then he was off and running. Do you remember a guy Christian Arroyo that they brought up like a day before the Dodgers brought up Bellinger? And like Christian Arroyo didn't quite work out. Was that 2017 for them?
And because the whole thing now, every team
Brandon Crawford,
right? But
great.
All those guys,
the freak.
Those guys are all in a bucket together, though. After that, and you know how they do everybody gets an all-star thing, right? So I don't know, and I'm not saying he wouldn't have got it, but Elliot Ramos was an all-star,
right?
Doesn't feel like,
but he was like he's the top prospect this year.
Yeah.
And then, we got to send him down. It took a number of years before. Yeah, and that happens.
All of them.
How about Rockland's own Logan Webb?
There you go.
Logan Webb. I think people were super high on Patrick Bailey when he first came up because there was no scouting report and he still had the crazy defense. But, I mean, Buster was Rookie of the Year. But now you have Bryce Eldridge following in the footsteps of Buster.
I think your guy Kruko even took a shot. And, anytime he takes a shot, it is officially or at least unofficially sanctioned by the organization.
Right.
He said, that means if you're not hitting, you got to sit, even if you've already won 2 Gold Gloves.
Yeah. I mean, people are fed up.
Yeah.
Buster Posey. I think about what is going to have to happen for us to get out of this funk. We're going to need our big 3 guys to get us out of the funk and produce the way we know they can produce. But he did say he hopes that the Eldridge Rodriguez promotions can, quote, jumpstart our offense a little bit. That's it, man.
It's interesting. I think also you have to show your fans we're trying. We're giving you other reasons to get excited.
Yeah, there was a coalition of fans that said that they were planning on booing tonight. And now it's hard to boo with Bryce Eldridge at the plate. They're smart. Buster might not pay the right people, but he does know how to do all the other stuff.
When we come back, we'll take a look at the upcoming lottery. How many times has a team with lottery odds no better than the Kings actually won the first pick? We'll crunch some numbers when we come back to Sactown Sports.
He's an advocate.
I'm speaking for a lot of people.
A voice for the voiceless.
I stand up for the cats, man. Cats, ciders, normal bikes, all of it.
A man man of the people.
There's just a lot of haterade, and I won't allow it.
He's not the hero that cat lovers and cider drinkers deserve, but the hero they need.
You like the underdogs on the court? I'm the underdog off the court.
He's Alan Stiles, and he's a drive guy.
I'm standing on business for everybody.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Over the years, some of golf's best stories were about the legendary Ben Hogan. Tommy Bolt once said that Hogan was the only player he'd ever known to get an ovation on the practice tee. He said he saw Hogan playing practice rounds before a tournament where half the gallery was made up of other professionals. When Bolt was asked who was better, Jack Nicklaus or Ben Hogan, Bolt replied, "Well, I saw Nicklaus watch Hogan practice, but I never saw Hogan watch Nicklaus." That's a pretty definite answer. Hogan described the game of golf as a game of misses. He said, "The player who misses best is the one who's going to win." He believed that the first hole was the most important, saying, "Well, if you don't birdie the first hole, how can you expect to birdie them all?" Ben Hogan knew the value of positive thinking on the golf course. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Here's the odds of the Kings getting the first pick. We're only talking now about the first pick in the draft. Because they tied with Utah, both teams, they split those odds, so it's 11.5%. Okay, the Kings this Sunday will have an 11.5% chance of getting the first pick. So how often in the history of the NBA lottery has a team with odds of 11.5% or worse actually won the lottery, Alan? How much hope is there? Has it ever happened before? Didn't happen in 85 or 86 or 87 or 88, 1989. Sacramento Kings won the first pick. They had 11.11%.
When was this?
This was 1989. Probability 11.11%. And they won. There's one time it's been done.
There you go.
Yes. Then you have to go to, 1991, Charlotte Hornets. 10.61% chance. They ended up with the first pick. They got Larry Johnson.
Okay.
Then it happened again, 1993. The Orlando Magic. They got the first pick. It conveyed to Golden State on draft night. It was Chris Webber. The Magic won the lottery, won the first pick even though the chances of them doing so, 1.52%. This happens all the time.
That's right. That means that a lot of other teams are in play.
1995, Golden State, the first pick, they took Joe Smith, 9.4% odds.
Okay.
New Jersey in 2000 got the first pick. Kenyon Martin was the guy they selected. They overcame a 4.4% chance and got the first pick. It's a done deal. It's sealed. Alan signed, sealed, delivered. I give you the Rockets in 2002. Who'd they take? Yao Ming. 8.9% chance. Milwaukee in 2005. They got Andrew Bogut, mate. 6.3% chance. They beat those odds. In 2006, the Raptors got the first pick. They took Andrea Bargnani, but they did get the first pick, despite only an 8.8% chance. Then Portland won the next year, 5.3% chance. 2008, the very next year, Derrick Rose to the Bulls, despite a 1.7% chance.
That
Come
smells.
on.
These all smell.
Then it didn't happen again until, 2010. The Wizards get John Wall, 10.3% chance, no problem. 2011, the Cavs get Kyrie, 2.8% chance. Cavaliers in 2014, 1.7% chance they get the first pick. Then you had Minnesota, Philadelphia, the Nets, the Suns. Oh, New Orleans, nothing fishy about this. The team gets sold, they have new owners, and then, despite a 6% chance, they get the first pick, Zion Williamson.
This is somehow making me feel worse.
Well, it shouldn't. Then you had Minnesota with a 14% chance. They get Ant. Detroit, 14% chance, the best you could get. They get Cade. Orlando, 14% chance. They get Paolo. The Spurs, 14% chance. They get Wemby. So there's a streak there, the teams with the best odds winning until 2024. Risa Shea to the Hawks. They had a 3% chance of winning it. And last year, I don't have to tell you, Dallas got Cooper Flagg despite 1.8% chance of winning the first pick. This happens a lot.
It does.
Yeah.
But it does also put me in the camp of where you've been, just assuming, the chances of this happening are very slim because everyone has a chance. Everyone has a chance.
Mm-hmm. Here's one way you can look at it. This is totally wrong, but if it makes you feel better, you get a 50% chance. You're either going to get the first pick or you're not. Everybody has a chance. You're going to get it or you're not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That makes no sense, but if it makes you feel better, cling to that.
I get it. I'm just going to go home and grind some Keaton Wagler film. That's what I'm going to do. And just prepare for that.
I think fans would and should feel pretty good about that if that's where they end up. Obviously, you don't know where he's going to go.
Right.
So all we know Sunday is where they pick.
How much do you think fans care about Darius Acuff? If they ended up literally right here, how it's broken down on Tankathon, if they ended up with the 6th pick and got Darius Acuff, how do you think fans would feel?
I think, first of all, it'd be great for those, what do they call them, talk radio shows, because I think he's going to be polarizing to a degree, but I think there's a lot of fans that are going to get very excited because he's a name and he puts up numbers. And I think it'd be very positive for the organization. I know Carmichael Dave's not excited about it, which makes me question my own doubts, but I think it'd be very exciting.
Yeah.
You don't think fans would be? I think there'd be a vocal minority that would be no, but I think most fans would be yes.
Yeah, I think to your point, he'd be the biggest consolation prize. I think if it flipped, same slot.
I think some people might look at him as a really legitimate top 3 or 4 pick.
Well, I'm saying that outside of getting DeBanza, Peterson, Caleb Wilson, one of those guys. But it's so funny because if you flip it, even though Kingston Flemings, according to Tankathon, is slotted to go 5th, if you flip that and Acuff went 5th and the Kings got Flemings at 6th, I think it'd be completely different, even though technically there are a lot of mocks where Flemings is rated higher than Darius Acuff.
Yeah, I think in some ways Peterson would be a harder sell. I'm not saying he'd be less of a pick or less of a player. I think Peterson in some ways would be a harder sell to your fan base than if you got Acuff.
Peterson or Flemings?
Peterson, because I still think there's all of that, bias against him, and a lot of people think he doesn't want to play. I think he'd be a great pick. I think it'd be great if the Kings got him.
He's not going to be there at 6.
No, but if the Kings ended up getting him, I think a lot of fans would be, oh no, they've done it again, because a lot of fans are automatically out on him right now.
Yeah.
I am not.
I just, at this point, I would be obviously in on Peterson just because the smaller guards still do not bother me, but just worry me. So.
Especially when you look at what teams that are very mindful of what they do defensively and how far they're getting right now.
Yeah. The thing about Darren Peterson, and it's a different version of the does he like to play thing, is are you looking for a leader? Do you need a leader? And I'm not saying Darren Peterson isn't a leader. I'm saying that I know who I kind of do view as a leader here, and he's not one of them. If I were to rank the top prospects based on leader, he's not in the top 5.
How come? I'm not
just based on what
wrong.
I've seen. I don't know, but perception is reality. I know what Boozer is. I know what Debanza is. Debanza has the best PR I've ever seen. I know what Caleb Wilson is. Kingston Flemings was in tears after that loss. Keaton Wagler, we saw him go all the way, pretty deep in in March Madness. Darius Acuff, he was clearly the everything for that team.
Yeah.
So I just named off the 6 other guys.
See, the Kings are. Yeah, they're, as I just pointed out, they're probably going to get the first pick. But if they don't, they're in good shape.
Good shape, sure. Franchise changer? I don't know. Well, there's 12.
Nobody knows.
There's 12
Nobody
there.
knows. How do you explain this, Alan? Back to baseball for just a second here. The Savannah Bananas, I don't know if you saw this. They played at Kyle Field over the weekend, Saturday night. That's home to the Texas A&M football team. They actually lost the game, but they drew 102,000 fans.
It's insane.
102,000 fans.
Yeah. I was very confused, and maybe somebody can confirm, because I know they have other teams now, but I was very confused that they played at Sutter Health Park because of what you just said. They played at Sutter Health Park about a month or so ago.
They've played, I think, that's not the first time they've been here.
I don't know how they fit everyone there is my question. So I don't know if it was the Party Animals or one of the other teams, or if they have multiple Savannah Banana teams now. But, yeah, I had no clue.
Oh, they have multiple teams. I see.
Well, they have a whole league, or I think there's 4 or 5 teams in the league.
Yes.
I don't know if the specific Savannah Bananas played at Sutter Health Park, and if so, if that was their main team.
You're comparing the Savannah Bananas to like mall Santa Clauses? There's different ones? Is that what you're saying?
They're different teams.
Not the real Santa Claus, the mall ones.
I just don't know, unless those tickets were just ridiculous for Sutter Health Park, you're packing out football stadiums. I don't know how you fit 12,000 or why you would, no disrespect, why you would spend those resources. You could play at Levi.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Why? Yeah, I'm sure they were a little surprised by that crowd. We've seen the Globetrotters. Do you think anybody could ever do that with football?
I'm sure. There's an NFL game called NFL Blitz, and it was right around the time And One was really big, 03, whatever it was, and they did tricks, but it'd have to be flagged. Let's start there. And part of NFL Blitz is you would knock the crap out of someone. There's something there.
Let's start it. Can I sign you up to be my first investor?
Sure.
You got a few extra pesos after your trip, don't you?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Yeah, but the banana thing, it doesn't bother me. I just don't. I don't know.
It doesn't bother me either.
Yeah,
It's not really base. They're playing baseball,
Right.
but it's not.
Do I get it? I guess from a kid's perspective, I'm sure it's impressive. Catching a ball doing a backflip is impressive. But I don't know when I'm actually gonna go to a game. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But incredible business model, great stuff, very impressive. Is it helping baseball? I think is probably the best way to approach this.
Can't be hurting, can it?
They got banana camps now.
What?
Yes. They got banana camps.
Will you learn how to play like them?
I don't know, but they're definitely banana camps.
I don't think it can hurt baseball. I think it's great. You get people to come out to watch baseball, great. Me personally, if I had a choice, I'd rather see a competitive game, but I don't begrudge anyone who wants to go be entertained.
In about 5 years, we will have to ask the question, have little leagues increased since Banana Ball? Because that would be about a decade. Right? And that would be my question. Or are people watching, I want to watch the Giants because of Banana Ball. I don't know if it's there yet.
Right now, that's kind of
I don't.
Polar opposites.
Yeah. Well, definitely right now.
But you think they're going to bounce back tonight, huh? Los Gigantes?
Oh, yeah. I got to get home, baby.
Yeah.
I got to get home. I don't know if they're going to win.
I think tonight sets up fairly favorable for them, considering they've lost 6 in a row.
Bullpen game.
Yeah.
So don't forget that. Good thing is your boy Tatis, Whitey, the birds are chirping about where his power went.
Mm-hmm.
You have any comments on that?
I think it's tied up in the Strait of Hormuz right now.
Okay.
He and Arise are two of there's only like 3 guys that haven't hit home runs yet.
Bizarre.
Yeah. All right, we're back with you tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, Ramsey. Happy birthday, Jay. We've got more outstanding sports talk to come here. Westwood One Sports Radio next on Sactown Sports.
The California Classic is coming home. The Kings will host the Brooklyn Nets, Milwaukee Bucks, and Golden State Warriors at the G1Z for a preseason showcase. To bring some extra fireworks to 4th of July weekend, head to SactownSports.com for all the details.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Is the crew on their way so we can fire up the grill?
Cabrito, arrachera. They're gonna love it.
Better go with birria and carne en su jugo. Classic Jalisco dishes with tradition.
That seasoning is great, but Northern Mexican-style meat speaks for itself. Let's make both.
Deal. And to boost the flavor, ice-cold Pepsi. Its sweetness pairs perfectly.
And to go with it, flour tortillas.
And corn ones too. Hey, carne asada deserves Pepsi.
This home improvement month tip is brought to you by Bonnie, leading the way home. Routine maintenance can catch small issues before they turn into costly repairs. Schedule a professional checkup today.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Who's on Twitter? If you're into hockey and you're into fantasy hockey, if you like betting on hockey, if you're into advanced stats that you don't normally find in your traditional hockey viewing, Pete Jensen is great. He's one of the main NHL fantasy writers on NHL.com, and he's also one of the main contributors to what they call NHL Edge stats. And NHL Edge stats, it's awesome. It's like so many, like for example, and I'm going to ask him about it, like high danger shots. And I'll ask him how they quantify it or how they, describe that statistically. What is a high danger shot in an NHL game? But I think, you and I both know it. If you're watching a game and you see a guy take a wide open clapper in the slot, that's a high danger shot. And so they track stuff like that. They track projected, goals allowed rate. Sort of how we've kind of incorporated a lot of mainstream advanced analytics and stats into the NFL, where we know what EPA is, expected points average. NHL is doing a great job with that in the last 2 or 3 years here, where NHL Edge stats is becoming more and more mainstream. So Pete Jensen, again, NHL.com, we're going to ask him all the normal stuff about the Stanley Cup playoffs and the top storylines from the weekend. And now as we're into the second round in the playoffs in hockey, but also going to, he'll put a fun twist on it with a lot of edge stats. And like I said, high danger shots and high danger goals is kind of the stuff that you can expect with that. So that's going to be a real fun conversation coming up in less than 20 minutes. But I want to get to some of my biggest takes from the weekend. And I think the biggest storyline, the biggest game, the biggest piece of news from this weekend is that the fact that the Boston Celtics blew a 3-1 lead to the Sixers. And you got Knicks Sixers game 1 right now in the second round. My New York Knicks up by double digits, early second quarter. Great start, looking good. By the way, Monty, our video producer, correcting me. EPA is expected points added, not expected points average. So thank you, Monty. I thought I knew the NFL advanced stats like the back of my hand, and I don't. I'm an idiot. Monty's right, and I'm wrong. Thank you, Monty. But good start from my Knicks. But yeah, how did we get here? How were the Philadelphia 76ers down 3-1 in a series that Joel Embiid came back from an appendectomy? And in his first game, they get blown out by 30. How did they come back and win that series? Well, after Joel Embiid looked like he had zero conditioning, looked like he wasn't physically ready to play playoff basketball, which wasn't a big surprise to me. The big surprise was the next 3 games where Embiid looked like prime Joel Embiid. That's why the Sixers came back and won this series. Joel Embiid looked like the guy that won MVP a couple of years ago. And if you think I'm being hyperbolic, again, I can't stand Joel Embiid. As a Knicks fan, as somebody that watched him in the playoffs 2 years ago in the first round, injure Mitchell Robinson on purpose, a series that the Knicks won. It pains me to admit just how freaking good Joel Embiid was in those last 3 games. Game 5, season on the line. In Boston, the Celtics are up 3-1, and Joel Embiid goes for 33 points and 8 assists and shoots 12 for 23 from the field. That includes 0-0 for 5 from deep. He went 12 for 18 from inside the arc, just bullying his way to the basket, getting to the free throw line, whether you think he's a flopper or not, and I'll get to Jaylen Brown's comments here in just a moment. Game 6, Embiid wasn't all that efficient, but his defense was so much better than it had been in the first game and a half of him coming back in this series. Game 6, he only scored 19 points, and he only shot 6 of 18 from the field. He wasn't very good from just an efficient standpoint, but he pulled down 10 rebounds. gave the Sixers a bunch of second chance opportunities, and he dished out 8 assists. Because Boston, you could see it, and that was back on Thursday. The second game that Embiid is back, when he puts up the 33 points, Boston, there was that moment where Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics were like, oh, damn, okay, this might be a problem. We've got to double team him. We've got to blitz him every possession, and we've got to force somebody else to beat us. And Embiid tried to beat a lot of those double teams, and he struggled early on in that game 6. But once he became a passer, once he became a facilitator, and he opened things up for the other guys on the team, that is where they hurt Boston. That's where in a game 6, where I thought to myself going into that game last week, I'm like, all right, Boston had a chance to close them out at home. They blew it. They're not going to lose 2 games in a row. This team almost never loses 2 games in a row in the postseason. And then Tyrese Maxey scored 30. And the rest of the guys on Philly stepped up. Paul George, playoff P. It's become like a joke over the last couple of years. Yeah, playoff P, huh? Paul George, who had started to melt in the playoffs, scored 23 points. Hit 5 of 9 from deep. VJ Edgecombe, an efficient 14 points. Kelly Oubre, an efficient 14 points. The rest of the Sixers stepped up, and it was, again, another case of Boston can't hit their threes. Can't hit their threes, and they're not getting to the cup against the Sixers' interior defense. To see this series turn around so quickly was mystifying to me. And then you look back in retrospect here, the death blow of this series was Jason Tatum getting hurt in game 6. Something that maybe started to bother him in game 4 or game 5. I don't know exactly when it happened, but Tatum leaves that game 6 with an ice pack on his calf or on his knee, goes to the locker room, comes back early fourth quarter, but at that point, the Sixers are already up by 20 points. He doesn't play again. But then he tells us after the game, I'm not concerned. I got no concerns about the knee. I'll be fine. Again, different leg than what he tore his Achilles on last year against the Knicks. And then all of a sudden, Saturday afternoon, Jason Tatum, questionable. And I'm like, oh, come on, was he not going to play? And then about an hour before tip-off, Jason Tatum out for game 7. And so it was Boston's inability to shut down Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid becoming, turning into prime Embiid again. The Celtics not having a second answer when their threes weren't falling, and the Jason Tatum injury. And you get a perfect storm for a 3-1 comeback. Boston was 32-0 all time in their franchise history when leading a series 3-1. And to make things worse, the Sixers were 0-18 all time in their franchise history when trailing a series 3-1. You combine that together, 50-0 to one side. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Because game 7 on Saturday, once again, Joel Embiid with a prime Embiid performance, 34 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists in 39 minutes. There was no Jason Tatum to save the Celtics. Jaylen Brown put up the numbers. He put up 33 points, but he failed to hit some big-time shots in the fourth quarter. Boston as a team, once again, just 27% from deep. Clear to see. They couldn't hit their threes. They couldn't score. Plain and simple.